till...
We'll have to do high on the exit poll because it always freezes. We'll have to do after the
Okay,
exit.
good evening, everyone. If you could take your seats. Good evening.
And we rely on the exit poll after.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me in the back? Yes? Great. Good evening. My name is Minouche Shafiq, and I'm the director of the London School of Economics and Political Science. And tonight, we will be doing a lot of political science. Now, who would have thought that when the last time LSE held one of these excellent events, less than 30 months later, we would be back together again, ready for another exciting, unpredictable general election. In fact, this is the third election night party in less than 5 years. And if you count the referendum, it's the fourth election night event in 5 years. It gives a whole new meaning to the term vote early and vote often. Now, George Bernard Shaw, who was one of the founders of the LSE, of course, once said, "An election is a moral horror, as bad as a battle except for the blood, and a mud bath for every soul concerned in it." Now, you could say this applies to this election, an election in which the future of the UK's relationship with the EU is at stake, an election which was voted for when, after a Prime Minister couldn't get his Brexit deal through his own MPs, an election which has seen all sides tackling controversy, drama, and bruising interviews over a cold, wet winter election campaign. In fact, it's the first December election in the UK since 1923. Now, it's been a fascinating and unpredictable time, and I'm sure many of the journalists who are with us this evening from around the world are having a wonderful time trying to explain this to the rest of the world. And where better to get expert explanation of what's going on and what the results mean than here at the LSE, where we have a fantastic rosters of experts to explain what all of this means. And special gratitude to our faculty and friends who are delivering lectures slightly later than their normal practice. As director of the London School of Economics, I'm delighted to welcome so many of you here tonight in what I'm sure will be an eye-opening and enlightening discussion. Welcome, of course, to the journalists who are here, who are charged with deciphering all of this excitement into coherent prose. I hope that we can help you. Welcome to all the members of the LSE community, our alumni, our faculty, our students, and all of those who are working with us as part of this wider community. And welcome, of course, to the online community who's watching on LSE Live and following the Twitter feed. We'll have panels both before and after the exit polls that are released at 10 o'clock, and those panels will cover key areas like the UK law and constitution, Europe and Brexit, the economy and welfare, and issues of foreign and trade policy. The first of our panels will be chaired by our resident British political commentator, Tony Travers. I usually hear Tony on the radio or on telly before I see them themselves. Feel free, if you're tweeting, to use the hashtag for tonight, hashtag LSE19, LSEGE19. I also would encourage you to stop by the library's exhibition they are showcasing copies of political pamphlets from British general elections since the 19th century to the present, and you will see some wonderful historical examples. And I'd also encourage you to look at the posters from the anthropology departments whose students went around London over the last week interviewing people to ask them why they voted. Quick piece of housekeeping, please don't leave coats and bags unattended throughout the night. And I wanted to pay a special thank you to our colleagues in communications divisions, catering and security for staying up extra late tonight to enable us to hold this event. And with that, over to Tony.
Well, thank you, Minouche. Clearly, one of the increasing burdens of being director of the LSE is to have to start off election night parties. This indeed is the fourth of its kind in a relatively short time, and it's worth remembering the last three ended up with unexpected outcomes. So who knows? This evening starts with a panel which will briefly consider, this can only get it wrong, can't it, how we've got here, what the polls show, and how the exit poll works, how Brexit's influenced this whole event. I'm joined by my colleagues Patrick Dunleavy, Sarah Holbolt and Joe Greenwood from the Government Department. And I'd like to thank the Government Department, the School of Public Policy and the European Institute have all been instrumental in bringing it together, the whole event, I mean. We will stop at 9:58. It says 9:40 on that clock, 9:41 on my watch. Analog television will get here faster than we do because at 9:58-ish, or a bit before, the exit poll from one of the TV companies will drop in on this screen, and then we can hear it live. Let's just hope it works. Somebody will know. We may even hear it before from outside. So, what I want to do, by way of just beginning this evening, is to get us going with a slideshow, which I can get it to work. I need help with this. Sorry about this. Good start. Lost a minute here. Let's click off it like that. Very good. My excellent and well-placed assistant. Now, I just want to say, as Manoush said, first December election since 1923. For those of you from overseas media here, this is what a British general election ballot paper looks like. Very simple. This is first past the post voting. The count, polls close at 10 p.m, so in just under 20 minutes. Ballot boxes are then transferred to counting points in each of 650 constituencies. If the turnout was 70%, that would be about 33.5 million votes to count. Constituencies vary enormously in size. Some of them are very big and actually will count tomorrow. Local results are declared by a returning officer in each constituency. Individual constituency recounts are possible. And most results come in an enormous rush between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. This is what a count looks like, wonderfully old-fashioned, long trestle table, and overseers from the parties watching. That's how it happens in town halls and church halls all over the country. There is an exit poll. Joe will talk more about this in a moment. The main TV companies have sponsored an exit poll, which will be broadcast at exactly 10 p.m. when the polls shut. Conducted by major polling companies. It's been relatively accurate in recent years. This is what happened last time. They got the Conservative and Labour vote seat shares to within 4 each, and the smaller parties to be within 1 or 2. That was last time. We'll see. That's what an exit poll operation looks like. Wonderful figure. Ipsos Mori's wonderful picture of their people doing an exit poll. Britain is wonderful at this kind of thing. Briefly, the early declarations that matter. These are not a list. They start at about 11 o'clock. There's a list of constituencies here, most of them with Labour majorities. But the YouGov big MRP poll says many of these are likely that Labour might hold them, but not necessarily. And some are leaning to Labour, some leaning to the Conservatives. So these are early ones to watch. And certainly if Labour lose any of this early lot, bad for them. If they hold them, all good for them. Kind of swings in votes that would happen if this occurred, if those early ones went. If any of them are lost, it would mean a swing of 10 to 15% from Labour to the Conservatives or the Brexit Party, a big shift of votes. So that's a very, very brief introduction to what lies ahead. And I'm going to ask Patrick to talk about where the polls have got to similarly swiftly. Patrick.
Okay, well, this is where we've been in the last few months. So you can see with the Euro election back in May was a real blip of support for the Brexit Party and the Liberal Democrats. And then since then, we've seen the election of Boris Johnson as Conservative leader powering away with Conservative support, getting them back up towards the 40-45 range. For a long time, Labour pootled along, but in the last few weeks particularly, it's begun to pick up. Meanwhile, the Liberal Democrat support again stayed fairly flat for a while and declined, and the Brexit Party has very quickly declined, particularly steeply in the last few weeks since Nigel Farage sort of committed suicide for the second time by deciding not to compete against the Conservatives. That still leaves us with a set of polls, which these are the last 7 polls, and you can see that the Tory lead is quite considerable. So it's 41 to 45%. The average, the median would be 44. Median Labour support is 33. Some polls have put them as high as 36, but they're very isolated polls. Now that looks bad, but you've got to remember that much of the SNP and perhaps Plaid Cymru vote can sort of be taken into account in terms of thinking about the lead. So that's a Conservative lead over Labour, but we could add 2 or 3% onto those shares. So that's why really most cephalogical opinion thinks that the Conservatives need to be 5 or 6 points clear of Labour in order to be sure of having a majority. If we go to Scotland, just briefly, I know you guys don't like Scotland, or maybe forget about it, but the different campaign here is that the SNP's in pretty dominant positions. They've been up to 45 in a few polls, but more recently they've been around about 41, 42, 43. The Conservatives are holding up well in Scotland despite Ruth Davidson, their leader, leaving Boris's party in the lurch, and Labour support is reasonably resilient despite Nicola Sturgeon doing everything she can to pinch it for her party. Sorry, so that gets us to really what we might expect as the result. And the most likely result is the column on the left-hand side here. That would give the Conservatives 340 seats, Labour 230, and so on. If you add up all the not Conservatives in the pink thing, it comes to 295, whereas 340 would be comfortably ahead of the 321 needed after you allow for the Speaker and Sinn Féin not turning up. And of course, if you added in the DUP, who would normally vote with the Conservatives on many things, then it's an even bigger lead. What would you need to do to not have a Boris Johnson majority? Well, you need to get the Conservative seats down by 20 to 320. But even then, the Conservatives would form the government because they would be the largest party, so they'd have first dibs on forming the government. Plus, they could probably rely on the DUP for most things except Brexit decision-making, and so they would still have 328 to 314. So what would you need to get Jeremy Corbyn into power? You'd only really need 8 fewer Conservative seats. If they got down to 312 and the DUP had 8, together they could only add up to 320. Meanwhile, the massed pinkish coloured rows would add up to 324. So there's really not a huge number of seats in it, and that's why holding on to or losing each and every seat is going to be tremendously important, and why we could still keep our spirits up, whatever the exit poll says. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Hold on. Sarah, I want to bring you in now. I mean, this started life as a Brexit-originated order. As a still do that. As a Brexit-originated general election. How far do you think it has infused, if that's the word, infused the campaigning and indeed influenced some of these figures?
I mean, I think there's no doubt that this is the Brexit election also in a very different way than 2017, which was also meant to be the Brexit election and never really became one. And I think what's important here is that we've really seen a realignment in this election, both of parties, we don't know yet with the voters, but of the parties where they've taken much more distinct positions on Brexit. If we look at the voters, not only do they mention Brexit as the most important issue, closely followed by the NHS, but they've also, over the last 3 years, we've seen a realignment. So whereas back in 2015 and 2016, when the referendum happened, Tories and Labour were really quite split when it comes to voters internally on the issue of Brexit. So there were still quite a few Labour voters who voted Leave in 2016, and also a big chunk of Conservative voters that voted Remain. And what we've seen over the last 3 years is really a realignment. So now the partisans are much more united on that. So that means whatever happens tonight, the Conservative Party and the Labour parties are very different when it comes to their supporters. And then also in terms of the results, one of the given how much Brexit matters and given how much this new division, this new cleavage in British politics matters, the real genius of Boris Johnson has been to unite the Leavers behind him. So there's really the vast majority, 70-80% of Leavers look like, according to the polls, that they would be voting for the Conservative. Of course, he's gotten back his support from the Brexit Party. On the other hand, the Remain vote is much more split. It's split between Labour and the Liberal Democrats and the Greens to some extent. And this so-called Remain alliance has only been between the Liberal Democrats, the Greens and Plaid Cymru, but of course who you really need here is the Labour Party. So the lack of coordination means that even though the public, not to say that Brexit is the only thing that matters, but it's clearly incredibly important, but the public is split even perhaps 52-48 Remain, but when it comes to a first-past-the-post system, it really matters who can unite their sides behind them, and that looks like it'll be the Conservatives.
And is there any evidence that the squeeze that has occurred, where Labour's gained vote share in the last 2 or 3 weeks, is people effectively jumping ship from the Lib Dems to go back to Labour, effectively to use it as a vessel of as a piece of a Remain party? Is there any evidence of that?
Yeah, it certainly suggests that the rise in the polls we've seen in the last couple of weeks, where Labour has gained in strength, is that they're squeezing the Liberal Democrat vote. Whether or not that's sincere or more tactical, I think that's a bit hard to know, but that's certainly what we are seeing. Whether that's enough to get Labour, I mean, no one is suggesting obviously a Labour majority, but whether that's enough to get into hung parliament territories is still doubtful. But it is that squeeze, whereas the Brexit Party vote has really been almost entirely hollowed out by the Conservatives.
Okay, well, the issue of whether it's enough will be addressed in 7 minutes by the exit poll. Joe, you're the expert on the exit poll. They're different to ordinary polls. Can you give us a brief view of how they're done, how they differ from the ordinary polls that are conducted, which we've just heard about?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so with the usual polls that you will have seen your fair share of over the last 5 weeks, they obviously try to get a sample of between 1,500 and 2,000 people from the public that looks like the population in terms of various characteristics such as gender, age, education, how they voted in the last election, and that sort of thing. And then based on having that representative sample, they think they can get an estimate of how the public would vote if they voted that day. That's always a very important caveat. And one of the benefits the exit poll has, of course, is it's conducted on polling day, so they're right where the action actually is. But they also have a very different methodology from that, just trying to get 1,500 to 2,000 people from across the country. Instead, what they do is they've selected about 140 polling stations. So obviously there's multiple polling stations per constituency, and they select these polling stations on the basis that they are in particularly interesting places, where if something changes there, we can be fairly assuming that it's indicating that things are going to change across the country in one way or another. But also, they choose those polling stations, or indeed they chose those polling stations quite a long time ago, and they go back to them each election. And what that means is they also have baseline data where they can see what the result was last time, the time before, and what changes in between previous elections implied for the overall result. So they actually send, as per the photo, people to these polling stations. They put them outside with a ballot box with more replica ballot papers, and as people come out, they say, could you please recast your vote? So you put them in the ballot box, they count them up, send it all to a central team in what they call the exit poll bunker, and they sort of tot up all of those votes, and they look at how they're distributed, the changes at these key polling stations, and then they do a sort of calculation about, well, if these polling stations that we have in our that we've gathered information from are changing in this way, we can project what the overall result is going to be based on what we know about how they've behaved in the past.
Great, brilliant, absolutely excellent. Now, against that backdrop, what I was showing with some of those early results to be declared, this election looks to be one where the swings from party to party will vary enormously from constituency to constituency. Is that right? Any of you like to? So we might get early results that don't immediately tell us anything about what happens later in the night. Which of you would like to address that, or am I wrong?
Okay, so there's some really interesting stuff here. Obviously, because we have the particularities of certain seats where, for instance, there's independent candidates, so former Conservatives, former other parties who've gone into, that's going to divide the vote in a particular way. You're going to have seats also where the Brexit Party are still standing and could rob the Conservatives of a majority if they weren't standing. So that was one of the important implications of them standing down in Conservative seats, was that was actually not the seats where the Conservatives needed them to stand down. But then you've got your classic Labour-Tory runoffs, you've got Labour-Lib Dem runoffs. So in other words, my answer is yes. There's lots of different things going on in different seats, and they could all go in different directions, which is partly contingent on how many people do vote tactically in some of those seats.
And, I mean, Patrick, you've watched the polls as they've shifted. I mentioned it in terms of the Lib Dems. But there's quite a wide range of polling out there tonight, isn't there? I mean, the final polls done by the conventional polling companies show leads of 5% up to 13%. Some of them are going to get this wrong, aren't they? Possibly all of them will get it wrong.
I don't know. I think there's greater consensus this time round, which is why, unless there's been a mistake in the polling, unless there's a particular prevalence of shyness amongst Labour voters or something like that, it's really hard to see that things will be very different in the exit poll. I think what you need to watch out for is if the exit poll comes on and says Conservative largest party, doesn't mean anything. We can say that right now, that they're the largest party. And probably means that they don't know. So that's one thing to look out for.
Competition till the sound. Do get the sound up at the right moment. I can see Alan at the back. Alan's going to do this. Well done, Alan. Keep going, Patrick.
In a way, Conservative largest party would be a good indication that we were close to hung parliamentarian. Unless it says Conservative majority, then we're in.
Order. Right. We're nearly there, but not quite. Okay. Now, hang on. Right, here we are.
Downing Street, I showed you the Conservatives falling short. And Labour improving, but not by nearly enough. And the result was 2 years of chaos in Parliament. The question tonight is whether any party can get 326 seats or more and send their leader through that door with a majority.
The party leaders voted earlier today, brushed up against the evidence in the first December election since 1923, less than a fortnight before Christmas. They know that these ballot boxes hold the key to their futures, and my colleague Nadia Majetti is watching the hard-fought race to declare the night's first result.
Well, all eyes are on the North East today to see who will declare first. Last time it was Newcastle, but we have found out that their neighbours in Bly Valley have been practising in secret. Are you ready? Yeah! They think they can get the counting done in under 44 minutes.
Hi, our specialist team will be gathering the results. And our election supremo, Professor Fiona ready to analyse those results and to update the early predictions. There are 650 MPs to be elected. Every one of those are vital to the final results. And my colleague Rita Chakrabarti is at the big screen with more details.
This has been such a hard election to predict, with the shadow of Brexit hovering over the usual tribal loyalties. Well, we're about to find out what the real numbers are, and I'm here at a giant touch screen, which is been loaded with data from thousands of people as they leave polling stations across the country. In a few moments' time, I should be able to predict which seats are changing hands.
And just outside the studio, in the cold night air, my colleague Sophie Rayworth with a vast map of the United Kingdom and the changing political landscape.
Yes, this is the UK, but not as you know. We have made each constituency exactly the same size. So one hexagon for one MP, and it gives you a much better idea of where the real balance of power lies. Now, this map is laid out in the colours of the 2017 general election. Shortly, we're going to start pulling them all up and then relaying them as the results come in to find out just what has changed.
And back here in our studio, our President-in-Chief, Andrew Neil, will be talking to many of the winners and losers, finding out why the election turned out as it did, and where we go from here.
Throughout the night, as the results come in, I'll be speaking to an array of politicians and pundits in this studio and across the country, asking them what went right, what went wrong, and what happens next.
With me all night is the BBC's political editor, Laura Bloomsberg. She's waiting to give her immediate verdict on the exit poll. So here we are. We are just seconds away from the result of the exit poll. Our first prediction of the potential outcome of this election. More than 20,000 people were asked how they voted today at 144 polling stations right across the UK on behalf of the BBC, ITV and Sky. So, as Big Ben reaches 10 o'clock, we are standing by with those crucial exit poll figures. Here they are. Exit polls suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority when all the votes are counted after this election of December 2019. The Conservatives on 368 seats, and Labour way down on 191. Now, on those figures, we are looking at a Conservative majority of 86 if the votes actually tally up with this prediction, and that will be the biggest Conservative majority since Margaret Thatcher's third victory back in 1987. Let's look at that Labour figure, 191 for Jeremy Corbyn. That would be the worst Labour result in modern times, and certainly worse than the figure obtained by Michael Foot back in 1983, a low point for Labour. Let's look at the wider picture. And here we have the figures for all the parties. The Conservatives, we are suggesting on 368, that is a rise of 50 seats in this election, as suggested by the exit poll. Labour on 191, suffering as many as 71 losses. That's the suggestion of the poll. And the SNP on 55, making some 20 gains. The Lib Dems on 13, up just one seat. Plaid Cymru on 3, losing a seat. The Greens on 1, no change. The Brexit Party not winning any seats according to this exit poll, and the others, most of those in Northern Ireland, making up 19. It is an exit poll. We will see how accurate it is, of course, when the results start coming in, and we may even get some results within some 45 minutes or so. But it is a dramatic poll, and it certainly suggests that Boris Johnson is...
Well, we'll now find what Boris Johnson is. So we've just, as he said, Stu Edwards said. So, order. So, team, order. Keep, because we can't hear the panel otherwise. Thank you. So, it looks as if let's do the exit poll. The exit poll, even if it were not particularly accurate, it's not going to get it that badly wrong, is it? This is the result, is it?
I mean, the margin of error they sort of think is normally sort of at the very worst plus minus 20 seats. So, I mean, unless there's something, totally gone wrong, I mean, this certainly suggests we're very comfortably within Conservative Party majority.
Okay.
And of course, as we can also see, a lot more comfortably than the predictions.
Yeah. So actually, what the top end of the pollsters who were up at the 11, 12, 13% were nearer actually this time than the YouGov MRP poll, as it turns out. They were done later, in fairness. Patrick?
Well, we don't know, but what's very clear is the plurality rule system is a system where you just count up how many people have voted for different parties, and you give whoever is top, you give the seat to. Now, that tends to mean that you get a thumping great leader's bias. So we shouldn't really read from the 368 to necessarily a very, very strong Conservative vote share. And it's interesting that in the poll, the SNP is winning all but 4 seats in Scotland, which suggests that the leader's bias kind of effect within first past the post is working strongly in England and strongly in Scotland.
And the obvious question to ask is, if Labour gets only 191 seats, do we think Jeremy Corbyn can survive?
No.
But I think...
I was asking the panel, actually. But
I mean, I think the question is, the question is, of course, not just about whether Jeremy Corbyn will survive as leader, which might be difficult, but also who will then succeed him. And in that, if you look at the Labour Party today and Labour membership, it won't necessarily mean that the Labour Party will be taken in a very different direction with a new leader. So what will the lesson be? So let's say we are in this kind of defeat. Will the lesson be, oh, we need a new leader than Jeremy Corbyn, or we also need a new direction, because we can't forget that this was a very radical left-wing manifesto. Will they be taking, oh, we need to go more to the centre, or this was because it was a Brexit election and our voters were split on Brexit, but we need to keep the direction. And certainly we know from the Labour membership as it is today, it's very much to the left maybe of a sort of median Labour voter.
And there'll be a struggle for the soul of the Labour Party, won't there, between those who want to try one more go with the left leadership and alternatively shift back to a more centrist Keir Starmer type, I choose a name at random, we're in his constituency by chance, type candidate.
Yeah, I also think that there's an interesting thing here. I agree with what Sarah said about, the fact that this has been the Brexit referendum, and I think there's an interesting way to characterise this in terms of Jeremy Corbyn and Boris Johnson were not talking to each other from different points on the same ideological spectrum. They were talking to each other, or talking to the public, from different ideological spectrums. And Jeremy Corbyn banked on the fact that he could make this election about left-right rather than whichever ideological dimension you think Brexit loads onto. If this is correct, and I tend to think it will be, or close to correct, it's basically demonstrated that hasn't cut through, which links back to the unified Leave vote around the Conservatives. So if Labour keeps on the same left-wing tack, they will very much have to hope that the next election can be fought on left-right, rather than still about this issue.
And this is if the poll is absolutely right, or near right, this is a majority that would easily carry a government through to 2024. It's a 5-year government-type majority. I'm sure the Fixed-Term Parliament Act will be repealed, allowing Prime Minister the choice then, whether they go in under 5 years. But against that backdrop, I know I don't want to encroach on the panel on Brexit later, but this means Brexit will happen on January the 29th, doesn't it? The UK will now leave the European Union on the 29th. 31st, sorry everybody, 31st of January.
I mean, I think there's no doubt that with a Conservative majority, we will leave then, because it was a very clear pledge of every Conservative candidate that they would pass the deal. So I think that's clear, and especially with a comfortable majority. What's interesting about that in terms of, because of course, unlike the slogan, get Brexit done, of course, it means that we will be leaving, but not that Brexit is done, because then we will be entering a very intense period of presumably 11 months in terms of getting the trade agreement done. And what is interesting about if we do have a big Conservative majority, that might possibly give Boris Johnson a bit more freedom in terms of what that trade deal looks like. Yeah. Because unlike before, where he was very dependent on getting also the very Eurosceptic wing sort of hard Brexit wing of his party with him, he will have a lot more freedom in terms of what he does. What he then wants to do, I think, is more of an open question, because the interesting thing about this was a Brexit election where we learned absolutely nothing about what that post-Brexit relationship should look like. It was just get Brexit done, and then what? We don't know.
Actually, a better slogan would, sorry to interrupt, a better slogan would be get Brexit started. It would be more honest, wouldn't it?
Yes. But probably not as good as one. I don't think you should be starting as a spin doctor.
Fair point. But these kind of numbers, if they're right, will mean the Conservatives now hold, or will soon hold, seats that used to be Labour-controlled, which voted for Leave in the Midlands and the North. And those places will need to be protected because of their industrial base from a sharp Brexit or a hard Brexit. Is that right?
Yeah, so I think that is the case, but I think that
Winning here, and also I don't think a conservative government would be particularly keen to go into this. But I also don't think it's a surefire win for the SNP, even with such an if these results come true, because Brexit creates uncertainty that goes both ways. If it's this difficult for the UK to leave the EU, how difficult would it be for Scotland to leave the UK? I mean, that's what some voters will be concerned about.
Okay, well, right, there's a questioner. I pointed at someone here. Have you got a microphone? Yep. Let's have a female questioner for the third one, if possible. Go on.
Yeah, what strikes me about this result is that if it really is a Brexit election, or it has been, over the past couple of years and months, we've seen that actually more people have decided they want to remain in the EU. So I find this quite striking. What's your opinion on this? Is it really the Brexit election? Was this really a decision about leaving or not?
Was it perhaps what you said, simply that the Leave vote stuck together better than the Remain? What you said earlier, Sarah.
No, I mean, that's Brexit mattered. Not to say it's the only thing that mattered. I mean, other things like leadership ratings and so on. Of course, we know Corbyn was historically unpopular going into this election. But even, let's say, that it is the sort of 52-48 that we are in the polls on a second referendum. If those 52 split amongst sort of several parties, whereas the 48 unite among one party, then in a first-past-the-post system, you can easily lose it. That's why if you wanted to have a second referendum, you should not make it a general election. You should make it a second referendum, and clearly this was a general election. So I think these two things can be perfectly compatible. But I think in addition to that, there were clearly also other factors that played a role for many voters.
Okay, let's take a third question. Now, can I have a... Can I see any hands anywhere? Yes, there you are. Yes, please.
On Scotland going independent, surely Boris would then have a whopping majority if he got rid of the Scots.
So the impact of if Scotland went on, that would help him actually, wouldn't it? He'd be so what's your question? Say it again.
Yes,
Sorry,
he would have an even bigger majority.
Sorry, Boris has an incentive to allow the Scots.
To allow them to go, so it would be an even bigger majority.
Because they need to have an even bigger majority to do what you like in England.
55 fewer SNP MPs, and how many? 4, let's say 2 of them are Conservative, 2 Labour or something.
But if these exit polls are right, he doesn't really need an even bigger majority, no? He's clearly, he can clearly do without. I mean, I think it's not in any Prime Minister, British Prime Minister's interest to be the Prime Minister that took down the United Kingdom.
They are the Conservative.
That's not what any Prime Minister wants to do. He will want to keep the Union intact.
And they are the Conservative and Unionist Party, in fairness.
Especially because he's thinking about his place in history. Actually, when he came here, he gave a speech in 2014, and he mused about what you would call the UK if Scotland left. And he said, well, you could call it rest of the UK, I suppose, our UK, or you could call it former UK, which would be...
Well, very good. I must say, I didn't think I was going to hear Patrick's impersonation of Boris Johnson tonight. And if nothing else, it was worth coming for that. Very good. Okay, the questions are there. Yes. I think we'll have to stop this panel after this one.
Hi, so where does this leave Boris vis-à-vis the headbangers in the European Research Group and the DUP? Does he have more wriggle room now? Will he be able to discard them? Will he pursue a softer agenda, get rid of the Priti Patels and the Dominic Raabs?
Where does it leave? Where does it leave him in relation to the ERG? Sarah? Joe?
I think it definitely strengthens his hand, and it goes back to the point that's been made about the pledge, right? Even if people do decide to be particularly difficult about it, he's going to have a significant new intake of MPs and returning MPs who have all explicitly said they're going to help him do what he wants. So I think it's, we can be pretty confident he's going to get his way.
Plus, he demonstrated before the December election that he's taking a very tough line on party discipline, and so I think he won't have a problem with the ERG.
Okay, actually, we've got time for one more quick question. So, quick question, anywhere? Where is, I can't see it.
On that side?
On this side, yes. Yes. Sorry, Ohan.
I feel like a lot of students who sit in your lectures have done everything that we can to try and galvanize our generation to vote, using all resources at our disposal, which has predominantly been social media, but yet this is still a result that I think a lot of us are very disheartened by. How can we utilize the privilege that we have by going to such an esteemed institution, but by reaching out to voters who don't seem to care about the same things that we do? And how can we have more hope in future elections to come?
And there's an element of a generational question, a real generational question in that, isn't there? Because older people, old age is now more a predictor than social class as to how you vote, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know yet how it's going to pan out, of course, in terms of, but if anything, in terms of the polling that was leading up to the election, it looks like there'll be a massive generational divide, and another divide that you also alluded to with this one of education. And of course, that is a concern going forward if young people feel that they're not represented by their government.
Actually, the Labour Party, according to most of the evidence, won the social media election. And today there were some very interesting shots of, young people queuing in the rain in University of Kent and parts of London for quite long periods of time. So there seems to have been a continued youth participation. But, when you run a party, you need to do a few basic things. You need to have some popular policies. You need to have a popular leader. And then you need to sell them well. So those three things the Labour Party basically ignored.
Okay. Very good. Joe, this is going to have to be the last contribution, Joe.
Okay, so I'm picking up that there's a tone of being disheartened in your question. So I've been there, and I would say there's two things, right? Number one, don't forget the ground campaign as well. I think that you asked how to reach out to people. It doesn't have to be social media. Go to the places and actually talk to people. And number two, don't forget that the only reason to campaign isn't to win. Part of it is about doing something you believe in and keeping a cause alive, even if you don't win now, because it can't win in the future if we just give up on it. So it might be a long game, but it's worth carrying on playing, if you don't mind the analogy.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, my star panel. Again, a round of applause. And you can carry on. We're now on to a panel about the future of British politics. So stay tuned.
And then some of them are going to come on here. So I'm not sure who else, but my friend who has something else to do.
Well, if they can't get it, just let me know.
No, he's just been asked to do an interview. So I'm going to change Europe as well.
Okay, we need to start the next. So, if you're moving around, can you either leave or stay? We're going to have a panel here starting immediately. So, like emptying an aeroplane or arriving in fast as you can.
Abolition of debts. There's none in the manifesto for the Conservatives. So question does DEXU, do they actually have a separate department? Do they do the Cabinet Office undergo? Who's the negotiator? What's that structure? Or is it a big sort of super department at the centre? It needs to. We would say. Well, I think the question is, do they do this tomorrow, or do they have a big reorganisation? They need DEXU to take the withdrawal agreement bill through, which they have to do in very quick time. So Joe Owen from IFG wrote a blog today saying abolish DEXU, but on the 1st of February. So Patrick, you abolish DEXU to show. I'm going to talk a bit about that. So you abolish DEXU to show you've got Brexit done, and you don't do very much.
You're right. It is 86.
I am right.
Okay.
That's all right. I'm not thinking straight. Yeah.
Everybody, if we could just get started on the next panel. We could take our seats and keep going with the discussion, please.
Yep. So, how does he use a big majority? It's a big question. Man in charge of his party.
Yeah. It's just the same one.
It's thinning out.
Thank you.
Okay, order. Words we might not be hearing quite so much. Order, please. Okay. So I would like to kick off this second panel on British politics in the light of this election. My name is Jonathan Hopkin. I'm an associate professor of comparative politics in the Department of Government here at LSE. I'd like to introduce to you a panel to discuss the consequences of this election for British politics. So from your left, we have Jill Rutter from UK in Changing Europe. We have Charlie Beckett, who's Professor of Media and Communications here at LSE. We have Tim Bale on the right, who is Professor of Politics at Queen Mary, London, but also Deputy Director of UK in a Changing Europe. And we're going to invite them to make a kind of preliminary assessment in the light of the exit poll result of what all of this means for British politics. So nice and simple, no big uncertainty to deal with. One interesting thing, of course, about this exit poll, if correct, is it produces the first substantial majority for a governing party for quite some time in the UK. I guess we have to go back to 2005 to have a majority of this size. And even then, that was on what was quite a low vote share for Tony Blair's Labour in 2005. So this is a relatively new, novel experience in the 21st century for us to have a likely Conservative government with a substantial majority of around 80 or so, it seems to be, from the exit poll. So I guess I would like to ask the panel to kick off with kind of a preliminary view of whether they think this projected result is credible, and if so, what kind of consequences do they think that brings for Brexit and for UK politics? So if we could start with Tim? Okay, Tim has something to say. I'm going to go over and join them on the comfy chairs. And I think we have people collecting questions. Am I right? So there may be some opportunity to ask questions at the end of the panel, if I've understood correctly. So, Tim Bale, what does all this mean?
Okay, thank you very much. I remember doing an event for prospective students at Queen Mary in 2015, and I gave a little talk about the Labour Party, after which a couple of the prospective students came up to me and asked me why I'd been so critical of Jeremy Corbyn, because as far as they were concerned, he was the best thing that had ever happened to the Labour Party, and I told them he was the worst thing that had ever happened to the Labour Party. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. If this result is replicated in reality, the Labour Party is now, I think, in a worse position than it was back in 1983, when it famously produced a manifesto nicknamed the longest suicide note in history. Certainly their manifesto this time around may pick up that sobriquet again. It is very difficult to see how the Labour Party turns this around in one term. Parties very, very rarely are able to turn round a majority of that scope very quickly. So for the Labour Party, we may be talking about another 2 terms out of office, which clearly means for the Conservative Party a chance really to restructure the UK in whatever way they want to do. That then raises the question of what exactly the Conservative Party does want to do with this country. There are many who see the Conservative Party's behaviour over the last couple of months as essentially moving it from the category of a mainstream centre-right party into the category that we often label, populist radical right. And the question is whether the Conservative Party continues down that route in much the same way as, for example, the Austrian People's Party seems to have done, or whether it pivots back to a rather more pragmatic, I won't say centrist, because I don't think the Conservative Party is centrist, but rather more pragmatic and rather more moderate, if you like, politics. I certainly think that Boris Johnson is capable of doing that, because I don't think Boris Johnson has an ideological bone in his body. Having said that, however, there are a lot of people around Boris Johnson who are certainly very ideological and will want him to move, I think, not necessarily in the direction of a radical populist right party, but certainly towards a kind of uber Thatcherite conservatism, whereby, particularly because we're going to leave the European Union, we will turn the country into an even more light touch regulation, easy hire, easy fire, low tax, low spending kind of polity. And with a majority like this, it's easy to see how that might happen. On the other hand, it is worth saying, perhaps as some will argue, that the Conservative Party, in picking up some of the seats in the West Midlands and the North that they've picked up, may feel that they have to deliver on some of the promises on public services that they seem to have made. I wouldn't overstate that. If you look at the Conservative Party manifesto, it does not promise very much. For every, I think, £28 that Labour was promising to spend in its manifesto, the Conservative Party was promising to spend just £1. Many of its spending commitments were actually fairly minimal, and they don't last for very long. So I wouldn't anticipate a pivot back to so-called one-nation Toryism, which has always been a rather flexible concept anyway. But winding up then, what we've seen really is the success of Boris Johnson's strategy since he became Prime Minister and leader. We see him having mopped up all the votes of the Brexit Party. We see him, I think, doubling down successfully on the idea that people, even people who perhaps voted Remain, are simply tired of Brexit, of successfully giving them the illusion, and we can talk a little bit more about this, that Brexit is done now, and giving them the illusion that the Conservatives will end austerity. We also, and this is where we come back full circle, see that the Labour Party has a lot of very hard thinking to do, particularly about the kind of leader it now chooses. If it thinks that it can choose a leader carved in Jeremy Corbyn's image, I think it is in trouble. The question is, who comes next? Who can unite the party around a more moderate, more sensible strategy that will appeal to a wide range of floating voters? That's a very big question. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Okay, Jill, do you want to go next?
Okay, I'm Jill Rutter. I'm also at UK and a Changing Europe. I'm a former civil servant, so I'm giving a slightly different perspective, and I'm going to tack on to the thing you often see when you're studying British politics, is do British politics and government. So I'm going to talk a bit about what a government might like, a majority government.
although Jonathan's right that we haven't had a significant majority by one party since 2005. Of course, the interesting thing is the coalition in 2010 did govern as a majority, and actually in terms of government business, government managing Parliament, it actually, to all intents and purposes, it was just like another majority government. If you were a civil servant, you had to broker some deals internally. A lot of people actually said that the ideological divides within that government were easier to manage than the ideological divides between the Blair and Brownites before, and it was less personal, so it was actually easier to manage that. So, and it's really interesting that we sort of got a majority back, but that sort of majority government is something that actually has been an aberration since 2017, 2015, with that very narrow numbers, not actually as long ago as that. But what does Boris Johnson now have to do? Because basically, since he became Prime Minister, he has had two tasks, one of which was to work out what he did with the withdrawal agreement, where he pulled off his great negotiating triumph. Critics could say he did that by pivoting back to a deal that the EU had offered Theresa May and she'd rejected. More generous people might say he pulled off an absolute blinder of a negotiation in that honeymoon hotel with Leo Varadkar. But either way, that was his one task. His other task was to persuade Parliament to give him an election. And basically, since he became Prime Minister at the end of July, he has been campaigning. We always say governing is not campaigning, but for Boris Johnson, actually, campaigning was governing most of the time, and that's what he's done. So we actually know very little about what Boris Johnson is going to be like in government. And in fact, most of that governing was delegated to Michael Gove. It was a government rather than a Boris Johnson government. Oh, best joke of the evening, everybody. You can go home now. Anyway, so what does Boris do next? Well, the first thing is he's got to get Brexit done, because that deal isn't quite so oven ready. It's got to be put into the pressure cooker of Parliament or the microwave. But actually, with a majority, and with this being in the manifesto, with a majority, if it's anything like the majority that the exit poll is suggesting, he should actually be able to get that withdrawal agreement bill through pretty much unscathed. The Lords will find their hands tied because Salisbury Convention will kick in. This was a manifesto commitment to get that withdrawal agreement through. So I think you can say that it is pretty much a done deal that the UK will leave the EU on the 31st of January. Cue mass recrimination among Remainers who went for broke on a second referendum and being able to remain, and rejected the many options for a softer Brexit they were being offered, not least through Theresa May's deal. But let's put them to one side. They are not the government. Boris Johnson then has to work out what he actually wants the future relationship with the EU to be like. And that's actually where his manifesto was clear on what he didn't want. No single market, no customs union, no ECJ. Much, much less clear on what he actually does want. And I think you will start seeing the government coming under pressure from business. I was at the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders dinner a couple of weeks ago. Interesting for two things. One, interesting for the fact that the SMMT, one of the UK's very big trade organisations, had not had a single meeting with either the Business Secretary or the Chancellor of the Exchequer since this new government had come in. The only Conservative MP at the dinner was Greg Clark, the former Secretary of State. Every other minister claimed Purdah as a reason for not being there. They actually had John McDonnell in their video. They were still talking about frictionless trade. Frictionless trade is not on the agenda anymore, but Boris Johnson will come under mass lobbying, I think, from business on the shape of that future relationship. The interesting question is, what sort of Brexit does Boris Johnson really want? And that's, I think, where we have to say we don't know. And I think the very interesting thing about Boris Johnson is, whereas other politicians might feel bound by commitments they put in their manifesto, the one thing I think we can say about Boris Johnson is he probably doesn't feel quite so bad. After all, this is a guy who has just run an election where he has managed to laugh off questions about you lie, you're untrustworthy, you do whatever. So actually he's got a mandate to swerve if he wants to swerve. So we don't know, but he'll have to decide that. And if he really, really doesn't want to swerve on that commitment to no extension, he has to do that in double quick time, because he has to know where he wants to be headed and do that very quickly. So we will see what that looks like. The second question is, how does he reconstruct his government? He's got to get his government ready to do that, machinery of government changes, big issue is, does he do that tomorrow? Is he, moving around those pins, whatever? Or does he wait to the 1st of February? And do we have a new government because Brexit is done and everything's different now? We're unleashing Britain's potential, and therefore we have a different government which looks very different. Very interesting. Do we wait till then? Actually, I think quite sensible to wait. Where does he go on the rest of the agenda? There's a whole big stack of big domestic problems in that entry he's sort of ducked. The IFS said this was a manifesto that didn't look like a programme for a 5 or indeed a 10-year government. It looked barely sort of ranked as a programme for the next year. We've got the Queen's speech coming up. Does the Queen come back and basically read out what she read in October? Or does she not bother and say, actually, you heard it all in October? Just play the video again. And I'm doing something else. It's nearly Christmas. Is it very different? Is it a different agenda there? He's got to do a spending review. We haven't had a spending review since 2015. All they did was roll it forward. That's going to be another sort of really interesting thing to see. Actually, the reason there wasn't much money in the manifesto was they'd spent quite a bit in that rollover, but where does that go? And the final thing I just want to throw in the mix that he really, really needs to do is he needs to think about Britain's place in the world. Global Britain was notable by its absence in the Conservative manifesto, but where does he go on that? What does that look like? He's got a very big climate conference coming up in Glasgow, you're aware. And it's not going that well in Madrid at the moment, if that's going to be the first great foreign policy outing of a newly unleashed Britain. But the second thing is, how's he going to keep the union together? If he pushes his deal through, Northern Ireland is hanging by a thread. Very difficult. We'll be interested to see what the results actually are in Northern Ireland. But he did manage to achieve the almost sort of unprecedented feat of uniting all the parties in Northern Ireland around the fact they hate his deal, which he is going to be pushing through. And although the economics of Scottish independence look much, much worse when the UK is outside the EU, the identity politics are much, much more appealing. And although Nicola Sturgeon might have asked Jeremy Corbyn for a second referendum, with Boris Johnson, I think she'll be demanding one. And there's nothing really substantive in the Conservative manifesto of a positive counter-offer in Scotland. So that's all I'm going to say.
Fantastic, thank you. So the question of Boris Johnson's campaign, the lack of clarity, the suspicions that some of his promises may not be worth the paper they're written on, all brings up this question of political communication, and we very fortunately have a great expert on political communication on our panel. So, Charlie, what do you make of this campaign and what it means for our politics?
I think that Tim has given us a brilliant analysis of the politics of it, if you like, and Jill, quite rightly, has zoomed ahead in exquisite detail about what this means in policy terms looking ahead. But I just want to ask you, how do you feel tonight? What? Shout out.
Energised and inspired.
Energised and inspired. Confident of the future. Relieved. Yeah, possibly relieved. I think there's a sort of, I mean, let's say the word shocked, even if it's shocked in a pleasant way. Unshocked, okay, good. Pardon? Well, that's a kind of, extreme emotion. And I think that's what I think is interesting, because it's quite right that we look at this in policy terms and political terms and we think about the future. But I think it's important to savour what has happened tonight. I was a journalist, and I remember in 1992 doing a documentary for the BBC during that election campaign, which was beautifully edited to the last minute, with this triumphant pictures of Neil Kinnock entering Downing Street. And you know how that turned out. And so shocks are not unprecedented. That's important to remember. But I think it's important to unpack a little bit just how shocking this result has been before we get to the sort of squabbles about was it the media that undid Corbyn, etc., etc. This is an appalling, utterly appalling result for an opposition. Utterly appalling. Never mind what actual result, whether it's 60 or 70 or 80 seat majority. Politically, and in terms of political communication, it's quite clear that for those people outside of momentum or the Labour Party membership, the Labour Party, the opposition, the vital part of this, ridiculous two-party system that we have in the UK, utterly failed. And it wasn't just a communicative failure. I think that's really important. It was not just about anti-Semitism. It was and it was not just about the personality of their leader. This was an utter failure right through. If it was a football club, it's the dressing room, it's the management, it's the tea lady, frankly, has utterly failed. And I think that's important to remember, because one of the problems that we've got at the moment is an obsession, in a sense, with what I do, which is looking at political communication, looking at symbols and messages and social media. And I think people have got kind of wrapped up in various kind of filter bubbles and, in a sense, an over-analysis of superficialities. And we've not been very good at looking beyond even the opinion polls. Once again, we find the opinion polls have not, if this result is correct, have not tracked what was really happening out there in the real world. And certainly journalism hasn't either, because journalism was, in a sense, paranoid and underconfident about its previous failures. So I think it's really important for us all to think about why this is so disturbing and so shocking. From a political communications point of view, I would say that it's particularly disturbing because I think we have sort of entered a kind of paradigm shift. And I'm trying to make this non-partisan, because I don't think it's entirely a Conservative Party, but we do seem to have moved into, if you like, a sort of populist, a sort of Trumpian, I don't want to say post-truth, but a sort of politics which, in a sense, discards the conventional arrangements of political debate. And this is partly about things like, does Boris turn up for the Andrew Neil interview? But I think it goes deeper than that we're witnessing a deliberate weaponization of disinformation, which in a sense is disorientation rather than actual lying as such, a kind of distraction, an attempt, as you said, to create a kind of vacuum into which, once you've achieved power, you can then exercise the kind of policies that you may wish to choose. And we have no idea what those policies are, and I don't think Boris Johnson has a particular idea either. So let's get back to the questions, but I think that this is, I don't believe in the idea of sort of tipping points or kind of watershed elections. I think this has been incremental. This has been a process very much orientated around Brexit and the particular conditions of that. And certainly things like social media have amplified some of the divisiveness and instability. But I think we're actually on a journey here. And unless we face up to the fact of why we're so shocked and why many people, perhaps in this room or perhaps this institution, have been somewhat imprisoned by their own confirmation biases, then I don't think we're going to get to the bottom of why there is this I don't think it's an historic failing of democracy in the UK, but certainly a very current failing where an opposition can be so catastrophically useless.
Okay, well, that sounded like a very... There's certainly a full stop at the end of that sentence. So one thing I'd like to raise, though, and I think there's going to be a panel which will also discuss Brexit in more detail. Am I right in thinking? Yeah. So we maybe shouldn't dwell too much on that. What I'm quite interested in, though, is how this shapes political competition in the UK. So you're talking about the failure of the opposition, but of course a significant part of the failure of the opposition is its fragmentation, which is what opens the path. We don't know how many votes the Conservatives got, but we do know they're likely to have a majority, but they will not have a majority of the votes. So what does that mean for our so-called two-party politics, which has for a long time not been two-party politics, but we have an electoral system which encourages a kind of government versus opposition political battle. And this no longer really reflects the sociological and political reality of the UK population. So I'm just wondering, Tim, if you have any thoughts of, where that leads us in terms of party politics.
Well, I mean, I think if we look at this in a kind of long-term structural way, you can argue that many people who have been voting Labour for years in some parts of the country have been doing so as a result of, if you like, political legacy or tribalism, when in fact they have moved away from the Labour Party, and the Labour Party has moved away from them in many ways, particularly on what you might call cultural issues. So issues to do with immigration, issues to do with morality, issues to do with education, issues to do with law and order. And what Brexit seems to have been in some ways is the kind of straw that broke that camel's back in the end and has freed those people, perhaps at this election and perhaps going forward, to actually reorient their kind of political loyalties, such as they are, towards a party that represents them on that cultural dimension. That doesn't mean that the economic dimension has completely disappeared from politics, and it doesn't mean that perhaps, as Labour has tried to do in this election, those people can't be appealed to along those lines. But it does pose a major problem for a Labour Party which, if you look at its membership and if you look at many of those who support it in the electorate but who aren't members, is distinctly socially liberal. Now, in the long term, that might not be a bad way to go for the Labour Party. The country as a whole is becoming more socially liberal, more open-minded, more multicultural, more multi-ethnic, etc. So perhaps in 10, 20 years' time, Labour will come into its socially liberal inheritance. But before then, it's going to have to construct some kind of electoral coalition in a way that it obviously failed to do this time around. Having said that, obviously for the Conservative Party there is a problem though, because if they focus their appeal on those cultural issues, they do to some extent cut across some of Conservatism's most cherished economic policies, which is not spending too much money, not taxing too much in order not to spend too much money, and of course keeping the market as free as possible, which will include actually maintaining a policy which allows people to come from overseas and work here. So there is a tension there for the Conservative Party, and the Conservative Party has also got to worry in the long term, as I've said, because the country is becoming more socially liberal, the country is becoming more multi-ethnic, and if the Conservative Party, stays stuck as the party that is representing a shrinking culturally conservative working class, plus some people who will do very well economically out of the Conservative Party, that might not be a great long-term position for it.
Great. Jill, you any thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's quite interesting that, sort of in a sense, it's almost back to the sort of numbers we used to see from Margaret Thatcher, who clearly benefited from the splits in the opposition. I think the immediate impact will be quite a lot of recrimination about the failure of the Remain side to get their act together, that we had this sort of mini Remain alliance, but we didn't have anything involving the Labour Party, and particularly when people add up the votes and say this is 43, 42%, you then do the other side of the equation and look at sort of 50+% and sort of say, actually, we should have won this is unfair, and Boris Johnson is claiming a mandate to take Britain out, possibly to quite a hard Brexit. It's, we actually have more votes than them, but you didn't get your act together, guys, and our system does that. I think what's really interesting is you're getting a sense before this that people might be starting to talk about, do we need electoral reform? There was so much talk about tactical voting, people very frustrated that wherever they were, they had to sort of think, should I vote for the candidate I hate less than the other one? And I think probably this sort of scale of majority means that's off the agenda, certainly off the government agenda for quite some time, because they've clearly benefited from this. And as Tim said, can probably reckon on us on another term in office after this. Though I think it's interesting, if you have pieced together something which is a quasi sort of, alliance to deliver Brexit, once that goes, then people judge you on the other things you do, and people may not feel quite the same pull as they have in this election to come with you. Yeah, hopefully in 5 years' time, Brexit fatigue won't still be a big factor. Sort of fairly depressing if it is.
That's right. I think you're quite right about the idea that electoral reform is utterly off the agenda. I think that's right. Here's a funny thing. On Monday night in Paris, in the midst of the sort of gilets jaunes and the strikes, I got into a taxi, and bizarrely, in this taxi was an advisor, or somebody who worked with Linton Crosby, the famous guy who's advised Conservative campaigns, and who is famous for his mono-theme campaign ideas. This idea that you should only say one thing. It sometimes doesn't work. Strong and stable. But certainly, let's get Brexit done, I think absolutely worked. But what do you do when you've gone past the poetry of campaigning into the prose of government? As Jill says, it's about coalitions. And in the UK, with this ridiculous two-party system, you constructed coalitions. And what's interesting, I think, about Johnson's victory is, in a sense, he's not done that. He indeed cleared out part of the coalition by getting rid of the vaguely Remainer, liberal-ish MPs. And certainly, on the other side, Jeremy Corbyn has absolutely resiled from the idea of having to build a coalition. And from my comms point of view, I would say this has been reinforced by their messaging, that Boris Johnson has ignored any sort of coherent outreach and stuck to that single message. On the other hand, our opposition, as you may have guessed, I think is somewhat incompetent, has pursued this wonderful mobilisation online, and indeed in other real channels, politically and by selection and so on, of winnowing out the non-Corbynite chaff of this wonderfully successful... Did anybody read today, by the way, the Labour Party won the election? Not the real one, the social media one. The Labour Party has won that one. Got more views, got more mentions, got more retweets. Unfortunately, many of those retweets were telling people who might have been thinking of voting for Labour to go piss off. You know, you're not a true believer. Unless you're with us, you're against us. So I think that's one of the interesting things about this system, where you are trying to build coalitions. How do you do that? How Mr. Johnson does that, I don't know, but he's, in some senses, more amenable to it because, as you rightly say, he has no real preconditions apart from his occupancy of power. And I'm sorry, but I return to this theme. I don't know how the opposition is going to start putting together some sort of coherent coalition of both practical politics and opposition as well as policy.
And that kind of leads me on to the question of party leadership. There are clearly two big winners in this election if the exit poll is correct. I think you know the first one, but the second one appears to be the leader of the Scottish National Party, Nicola Sturgeon, which, if it's true that they have 55 seats, then that is a spectacular landslide. And pretty surely a big majority for Boris Johnson's Conservative Party in the rest of the UK is only going to bolster her position and galvanise support for Scottish independence. But of course, the other side of the ledger is failure. I imagine you probably all have some thoughts about the position of Jeremy Corbyn and how long he's likely to be leader of the Labour Party, and if and when he goes, who's going to replace him. But also the Liberal Democrats don't seem to have covered themselves in glory either. So what happens to Joe Swinson? So if you've got some kind of snappy and concise ideas about that.
Yeah, as the gentleman said there, Joe Swinson is predicted to lose her seat anyway, so that may solve the Joe Swinson problem for the Liberal Democrats. How do you solve a problem like Jeremy Corbyn? Tricky. I think, you know, clearly from our studies of the Labour membership, you know, they will, I think, still want to vote for someone on the left rather than someone in the centre. We've already seen people mention Laura Pidcock and Rebecca Long Bailey. I have to get that right. Yeah, she's predicted to lose her seat as well. So there
Really?
you go,
Jesus,
Laura
you
Pidcock. I guess, I guess the question I'd pose, and I'll finish up here because I know we need to get on, but what most parties tend to do is rush into a leadership contest before they've worked out why they lost the election. And one of the advantages of a long leadership contest, and this was something that Michael Howard, I think, got right in 2005, is that it gives the chance for the party to actually conduct some kind of post-mortem before it makes a decision about who should lead it. And if Labour do want to have a long leadership contest ending up in some kind of coronation in September, that sounds like a terrible thing to do, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing to do in the long term.
I think, I was just going to say, I think the only other quick question is whether finally, if Labour does do a quick move but installs another Corbyn-esque leader, does that finally lead the sort of Labour moderates to say, actually, finally, we've got time now, we actually need to go somewhere else? Because I think that's what people have been waiting for. It hasn't happened. And so I think maybe watch that space on the left. And there may be an increasing amount of space in the centre, depending on where Boris Johnson, is he a one-nation government? Does he bring back people of that ilk? It's a very ideologically coherent cabinet at the moment. Does he stretch out and bring other people he excluded from his cabinet in the summer back in?
Yeah, one sentence. I don't think that will happen. If only we had a different electoral system, then we could witness, as we have in Germany, the death of an incompetent SPD. And they could drift away and somebody else could emerge into that space. And it just isn't going to happen. And whether they have a 12-month or an 18-month leadership election is pretty irrelevant.
Okay, I think we're done.
Well, on that cheerful note, yeah.
So I think it's time for us to maybe get something to drink.
Yes.
And thanks to you all for listening.
No, I'm supposed to be doing Australian radio at 11. So
Can I remind everyone to take their belongings as they leave the theatre, please? That's to take all your belongings as you leave the theatre.
Hi, can Chris, the friend of Gabrielle Lee, please assist her outside, please? Thank you. Chris, the friend of Gabrielle Lee.
Result of that. Oh my goodness. You're right. Did Emily have to do first aid in that? What? I thought Emily can't see blood. Oh no, she was good.
Can everyone please exit the theatre and take all your belongings, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love some more stuff.
It was swapped dramatically.
Just spoke to that big message focusing on the character of the Prime Minister. Clearly, that resolution with the offer prepared to vote against that.
So good evening again, everybody. I think as people are coming in, I'm going to start our panel off again for this evening because I know we've got a kind of a bumper crop coming along. It's a bit like landing planes, you know, you've got to kind of get them in on time as they come down. So our panel this part of this evening is looking at the Constitution. And I have taught constitutional law. And back in the day, it was a rite of passage for every first-year student to have to write the classic essay, Could Britain Ever Leave the EU? And you'd mark these essays on the 1971 Act, etc., etc. And you say, well, theoretically, of course, it could happen, but in practice, it never will. So now we all wait and see. But anyway, to talk about Constitution and what we've been, law and the Constitution, what we've been seeing in the last couple of years, then I'm delighted to have my panel with me this evening. So on my near left, your right, is Jack Simpson-Caird. Jack was actually a researcher in the House of Commons during much of this period, focusing on constitutional law, and now is at the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law. Joel Grogan, who is senior lecturer at Middlesex University and focuses also on constitutional law and the rule of law, and Paul Kelly from the Department of Government here at the LSE, who focuses on political theory, political history, and British government in general. So I'm going to ask the panel a few questions to kick off, and then I'm going to open it up to the floor. And the first question I want to ask the panel concerns what we saw of the Parliament in the between the sort of 2017-2019 Parliament. And there were calls there that, well, Parliament just isn't functioning, you know, it's a shambles, they can't get their act together. And I just want to ask you, in your view, was Parliament functioning or was it dysfunctional in that last parliamentary period?
I think the first thing to say is that
So you don't need my Labour, you only need my Conservative majority.
I think
the broadcasting from outside in. That's what it is.
Okay, we'll ask them to try and sort that out. It is very noisy, I agree.
Shout. We'll shout.
Go?
Just yell.
Yeah, okay, I'll yell. I think the first thing to say is that what we saw from 2017 onwards was that the UK isn't used to the idea of a government without a majority. That's better? Yeah. The UK... No, not better.
Let's see if we can get... I think it's the noise coming in from out... Oh. Right. Woohoo! Okay. Oh, that's quite exciting. No, that's quite quiet now. Excellent. Okay. So my question, just to if you didn't hear the question, was Parliament functioning in the period 2017 to 2019, or was it actually being dysfunctional?
Right. So my answer was going to be, I think what we saw from 2017 was that people aren't used to minority government in the UK, and they're not, and this I think extends to the media, but also in government. And my main point when I was writing on the 2017 Parliament was that I was never really convinced that the government was really going about trying to get a majority for its Brexit deal in a way that one would expect a minority government to behave in a normal situation, i.e. trying to build a coalition, because I think the political costs of building a coalition were just too great. And I think we saw that in the aftermath of May's meaningful votes, in that we only saw her reaching out to the Labour Party after the damage had been done of the losses in the meaningful vote. And by the time she actually made a serious offer, it was too late. If she was really serious about the majority, the offer would have come much sooner in the 2017 Parliament. And really what we've seen since Boris has taken over is, rather than saying, oh, we've seen how that went, so we'll try and make minority government work. It's just to say, no, we've got to double down, we've got to get a majority because that's how British government works. And it looks like, you know, he succeeded because, you know, yeah.
That's where we are. Sure.
Well, I'm just going to echo Jack quite a lot, actually. I think it's very tempting to look at the 2 years, the very, very, very long session, one of the longest sessions, I think, in history, followed by actually one of the shortest sessions in parliamentary history, and say, this is the sign of a dysfunctional parliament. This is a sign of a dysfunctional democracy. But in reality, in a way, our conventions held, our institutions held. We muddled through and muddled along. I mean, we certainly had moments of extreme testing of those constitutional boundaries, and I am, of course, thinking of that prorogation litigation that was Boris Johnson's advice to the Queen to prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks unlawful, and the Supreme Court found that it was. And I do remember during that 5-week period, the most common question that I was asked was, are we in a state of constitutional crisis? Have we broken our system? But as I hope the other people on the panel would echo, we have a very simple test for when we are in constitutional crisis, when we are in a state of Parliament breaking down. And that's if one of the institutions of our system, be it Parliament or government or the courts or the Queen, do not recognize the power, the authority, or the decision-making of another. And as soon as that decision did come down from the Supreme Court that it was unlawful, Parliament came back. Parliament kept going, kept debating, perhaps not legislating, but certainly voting. Our systems held. Now, one thing, and this is when I'm going to end my answer by again echoing Jack, it's something that we're not used to, which is a parliament that is almost in a state of uncertainty, being unable to make decisions in terms of passing legislation. We haven't seen very significant legislation passed. Now, if the exit poll is correct, that will change. We'll shift back to what we know, which is majority government, majority parliament. So was it a bad session? Was it a good session? It was a memorable session.
It was certainly interesting times. I mean, I agree with both speakers. The only point I would make, I think the big challenge we faced over the last 2 years was not the problem of minority government. It was actually the problem of fragmentation within political parties in that context. And although the institutions held, an important part of our system, for good or ill, is that we are essentially a two-party system. That's what our institutions are supposed to accommodate. And those parties need to be coherent. Now, what we saw certainly with the Conservatives, and probably this is also the legacy of the coalition, was the breakdown of party discipline. The primary opposition to Theresa May came from within her own party. I mean, I know it's now a debate that's gone, but the reason we didn't get Brexit under Theresa May was because of the ERG and the fragmentation within the party. That's the bit the Parliament is most ill-suited to coping with. It can deal, broadly speaking, with minority governments, but when the minority government is itself fragmented, that's when we only had the opportunity of going for an election. And what Johnson gambled on, which is to try and reconstitute his party in his own image, either by throwing people out or hoping for what he got tonight, which is going to be a reconstituted party committed to whatever it is he wants. I think that's the big thing that's been the problem for us.
I mean, one of the things I think that came out from the last few years is people's discovery of sort of unexpected aspects of the Constitution, and that rather bizarre sort of historical figures coming into play actually very pivotal roles. I'm thinking here obviously of the Speaker. So if we are to then be moving into a majority government, as seems highly likely, the role of the Speaker obviously highly, highly contentious in the last Parliament or two. What will happen to that role now, do you think, Jack?
Well, I wrote a piece saying that I thought that people were overplaying the extent to which Lindsay Hoyle could play issues with a straight bat. That, you know, the sort of the theme of the election was, well, Bercow was this sort of unconventional person who put, you know, his own political interests first. And I was saying I didn't think that was right, and what the House of Commons wanted was someone who placed things straight back. And I sort of tried to write a piece saying effectively that Burker was actually a product of circumstance, and the fact was is that the rules, the standing orders were more suited to majority government, and he knew that there was a majority for certain things that didn't fit within the existing procedures. So he went where he thought the majority of the Commons would back him on certain big procedural questions rather than what the procedure said he should do.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, if there isn't a majority there's a much lower incentive, I think, for that sort of creativity, because the justification for that creativity was, well, I know where the will of the House is, and time again, when he made those choices, the House voted against the government. Now, those creative choices, if then the House votes for the government, I think there's much lower incentive. So in a sense, I'll go back on what I said before. I think there is a greater chance that the new speaker will play things with a straighter bat.
So, I mean, Paul, that goes to your point there. He's a creature of the fractured parties.
But I think there is one thing that may be a challenge for him, and that will be protecting the rights of backbenchers in the face of a very strong executive. I mean, if you think back to Burko's starting point, I mean, Burko was the advocate for the ERG under the coalition. He then became the enemy of everybody, but Burko was the one who protected the rights of backbenchers. And one of the challenges with what we may well get a big majority for Johnson on very contentious issues will be to ensure that there's backbench voice. And I think, the group one would look at most clearly who will expect their voice to be heard will be the DUP on an issue that will be deeply challenging for us. So in a way, majoritarianism solves some things, and it gives him an easier agenda. He doesn't have to play some of the things that Burko does. But it also brings some challenges to carry the confidence of the House, because having the numbers is only part of the story.
Exactly. Exactly that. So one of the questions I think that faces now, obviously, there's obviously got to get Brexit done, but that'll be straightforward, obviously. But internally, within the UK and the UK constitutional settlement, where do you think that's going to go? I mean, the Conservative Manifesto has within it a statement that it will review the relationship between the executive, parliament and the courts, and in particular that it will review the scope of the royal prerogative. And obviously the government, Johnson was badly burnt on by the Supreme Court as he saw it on the issue of prorogation. And will this now be a moment for more radical constitutional change, do you think, which he would be able to mobilise through again with this large majority? Or would he sort of think, well, I've got a large majority, actually that just means I've got the elected dictatorship, I've got Hailsham's elected dictatorship, I can just ramrod anything through the Constitution, I just make the Constitution work for me, I don't need to go through any complicated changes.
I think the first thing to say there is that I didn't buy the idea that a majority would bring constitutional stability for two main reasons. The first reason is, if you look at the last couple of governments with major majorities or working majorities, the Labour government in 97 till 2005, and then the Cameron government 2015 to 2016. Anyway, those governments, they caused some serious instability in their own way, because obviously they did major constitutional change, bringing about devolution for the Labour government, then obviously the EU referendum under David Cameron. So what we have, when a government has a majority in the UK, as you say, it has the possibility to effect major constitutional change. And then the second point is that I think the UK's constitutional issues are very fundamental. They don't just go away because Boris Johnson has a majority. Things like Scottish independence will be major issues, things with Northern Ireland, Brexit. And then I think the only other thing I would like to say in terms of is, other than getting Brexit done on the 31st of January, he doesn't appear to have many constitutional ideas ready to go, oven-ready in his right. There aren't many oven-ready constitutional ideas in the manifesto other than passing the withdrawal agreement bill. So, yeah.
Exactly.
It's really awful. I'm sitting in the middle of just two exactlys. But in a really fundamental way, there's an idea that as soon as you have a large constitutional majority, you can introduce these big constitutional bumper bills, that you can change these very foundational aspects of the system. You can, for example, following some political moves in response to the Supreme Court, you can reduce the powers of the Supreme Court. You can narrow the scope of review. You can take away human rights. You could even very easily, with a majority in Parliament, remove or repeal the Human Rights Act. But that's all legally true. But there are two very significant protections against very significant constitutional change. First is time, and second is priority. In terms of priority, in order to make those big constitutional shifts and changes, you need to have that paper, you need to have that clarity, you need to have that certainty of what you're changing and how and why and in what way. To give you an example, just by comparing it with Brexit, which I know we won't talk too much about, but the Brexit withdrawal act, the withdrawal agreement bill is what, 155 pages, referring to a document of about 355 pages, referring to a protocol of 63 pages. That's only covering a few very, very simple issues, and that took a year or 2 years to come to manifest itself. To make these big constitutional changes, we don't have time or priority. There'll be too many other things that will need that parliamentary time for debate, that will need that parliamentary time for voting, that will need time. Ultimately, the greatest protections for the constitutional system that we have right now, be it the Human Rights Act and an increasingly involved Supreme Court, will be very simply, there is no time. The Boris Johnson government, if it is with a great majority, will have 5 years to tackle one of the biggest challenges in UK history. There won't be a lot of time to be reconsidering the position of a judge or the position of the right to free expression.
Possibly. I mean, I take the point about time and priority, and we know from the manifestos, all the manifestos, they were very light on the Constitution. But I mean, Brexit brings with it some of that change, necessarily. I mean, some things will have to happen as part of that process. But I also feel that when you travel very light, and when you're then given an enormous amount of power, and you have an opposition that will be deeply fragmented, and as you know, a previous panel speaker mentioned, may take 2 parliaments to recover, 2 full sessions. We could be looking at a Johnson-led government for 10 years. You will get some really significant transformations slowly and piecemeal. And I suspect where many of them want to go, and there is intimations of this even going back to the latter days of the coalition, to dismantle much of the New Labour constitutional legacy, where New Labour had a real view about where it wanted to go with courts, with devolution, with the human rights agenda, with integration into the European Union. There are a lot of ambitious younger Conservatives who want to see some of that unravel. Now then, you know, I take the point that then that gets you into the real hard work of turning a want into an actuality. But I'm not sure that time is quite the constraint over, you know, if we end up with anything like the majority that's predicted. And the other point, an important point, of course, is Johnson travels light. So there will be people who will be there to fill that void for him, because he doesn't have a deep constitutional agenda and deep commitments and so on. He's not a Corbyn, he's not a Blair, he's not a Thatcher. You know, there isn't a vision. He'll be looking for that, and people will come to him with that from other places. And that's the bit I think will be most interesting. The blank canvas will get filled.
Excellent. Okay, so questions. Do we have any questions from anybody in the audience? So run right at the back. So you just need to wait for the mics to race themselves up there.
Hi. You haven't really mentioned the very beginning of Brexit, which was the referendum, and I felt that the problem was that in the constitution you don't have any hierarchy between the referendum and the parliament and who's right and who's wrong. So yeah, I was wondering what you think about that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to jump
Go
in
on,
with my legal
thanks.
answer.
Yeah.
There absolutely is a hierarchy. Parliament is first
sovereign.
always. The referendum is politically binding, but it's not and never has been and never will be legally binding. That was even written in the Referendum Act of 2015. But essentially, in terms of hierarchy, it's always, and I assume will always be, that Parliament is sovereign. So that's the hierarchy between the two. But there are...
But on, just on that, but then...
The lawyer versus the
then,
politician.
Then remember, that constitutions are ways of configuring power. And one of the problems that the referendum exposes is that shift of power. So technically, it's advisory to a sovereign parliament for the period in which the referendum was held, for that parliament alone. But, you know, explain that to the majority of the population. We are where we are because of that. So that's the reality. You know, constitutions are ways of configuring power, and trying to constrain that power, popular power, is the difficulty of all constitutions. So I don't think there's actually a better constitution that would have done that easier.
But Jack, did it then, I mean, one of the issues then was the pitting of direct democracy against representative democracy. So you had the issues of those MPs who were themselves of either a Leave or Remain view, and yet their constituents were of a very different view. So in that way, although there was a legal hierarchy, we do have these two modes of democracy which were then called into a clash, really.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I have a huge amount to add on that. I think that we sort of covered it in terms of the clash was essentially the not being a majority for anything. That's how it played itself out, in that, you know, we couldn't work to a position where there was a clear majority for any one Brexit deal, and that's how there was this clear clash between the idea of representative democracy and thinking. I don't really have much to add.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my question was about the union, and just thinking about if we played it through and Boris Johnson does have a big majority, Brexit goes through, the position of kind of Scotland and Northern Ireland in terms of the Brexit deal that's been negotiated. So Northern Ireland in terms of the fact there'll probably be custom checks between Northern Ireland to the rest of GB, and then Scotland in terms of Scotland will vote to remain, but will now be out of the European Union. Is it likely the union's going to break up within, 10, 20 years' time, or are there any alternative views of this?
Yeah. Okay, the union, how long do we give it?
So are we dividing the country between us?
Yeah. My gut feeling is it will hold, but it will be deeply problematic over the next bit. Northern Ireland and Scotland, I think, are the two big challenges facing Johnson. He'll want to ignore them, but they will be the things that will be most uncomfortable for him over the next period. Northern Ireland has been a problem since, 1912, and then some, and it's going to stay a problem. Scotland, what do you do? I mean, you can say they have no right to call a referendum. The Scots Nats do it. Do the police come in and close down again, you come back to the issue of power. Cameron was not in a position to say no to the previous referendum for precisely that reason. Do we want to have what happened in Catalonia? The state coming in saying, no, we're going to shut down your... No, we're not going to do that. We won't get there, but it will be a running sore for us for the next 10 years.
So with specific regard to Northern Ireland, we're likely going to see the withdrawal agreement ratified before the 31st of January, which means the backstop, which is now front stop, will come into effect. And this would be a permanent state of affairs with regards to Northern Ireland, which in effect, even if it doesn't say so legally, but in effect, it will create a border, not only a customs border, but also, practically speaking, a legal border between the law that's applied in Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK. Now, a lot of people talk about reunification of the island of Ireland, but under the Good Friday Agreement, you actually need both sides of the border to vote in significant majority for reunification. This is not a question just for Northern Ireland if they're not happy with the rest of the UK. This is actually a question for the entire island. So you would also need the Republic of Ireland to vote in a referendum for reunification. And there's no certainty. There's absolutely no certainty. When you look at Northern Ireland, I know that we have a representation of the DUP in Westminster, but there's also the Sinn Féin party. But there's also a multitude of other parties and other views and other opinions which are not so deeply divided as we may have the impression of. That we don't know. We don't know as regards Northern Ireland. We do know that it is one of the most complicated questions because of the long and very tragic history of violence in the north, but we don't know what that means. We do know that there will be legal divisions. We do know there will be uncertainty. We do know that the question of Northern Ireland has not been resolved by the withdrawal agreement bill or the withdrawal agreement as it stands now, but we don't know.
Yeah, I think my things on the union really relate to this whole question of the future relationship. So from a parliamentary scrutiny perspective, I've been thinking about this quite a lot. How is Parliament going to scrutinise a future relationship? And when you look at that, the obvious thing that comes up is so much, when you get on to so much of the future relationship relates to devolved areas of competence, right? And that means that, I mean, the position of the Scottish Government has been clear. I think quite soon after the referendum, the Scottish Government put out papers saying that their preferred position was actually the EA and a soft Brexit. And obviously the issue that's going to come up with what Joelle was saying is that if, in effect, Northern Ireland is getting a softer form of Brexit, I don't fully understand the front stop, but my basic understanding is that it's a softer form of Brexit. If they're getting a softer form of Brexit, but then Johnson does do this real hard Brexit that he's talking about, quick, thin FTA type of arrangement, I mean, you couldn't get anything more. That would be extremely provocative. And also for Wales as well, that would be very strongly against the Welsh Government and the Scottish Government's position. I mean, I think there is an interesting question there, whether or not Boris with his majority will attempt to a reverse ferret, so an expression he might use, and then actually say, you know what, now we're out, I'm actually quite comfortable with a softer form of Brexit because we can get this done quite quickly and actually it'll solve some problems with Scotland and Wales. But I mean, that would be quite a big U-turn. But I think, anyway, that's quite political. But I think that's the really key question. The future relationship is such a difficult thing to do. That's why Joelle is saying that's where there's going to be a lack of time, because there's so much to negotiate on agriculture, on fisheries, on all these big economic areas where the devolves have a lot of interest. And there's no shortcuts. There's no kind of flight. You might be able to in an election campaign kind of say let's get Brexit done, but you can't do a future relationship negotiation with the EU and a negotiation with the Scottish and Welsh government just saying, oh, we're going to get it done. You have to come up with long, complicated agreements that Parliament will want to scrutinise, and there will be things that the ERG won't like in some of these agreements. There are things that the ERG doesn't like in the withdrawal agreement bill. Things about parliamentary sovereignty. I know this is slightly different from the union, but the point is I think that there will still be pressure even if he has a big majority. I think we should, and part of that's the union, but part of that will also be the tension between doing Brexit quickly, which might push him in one direction, and the ERG, which might still try and push him in another direction.
I think just from my shares probably I think if you look at machinery of government point of view, we've got a lot of powers, regulatory powers, which the government will have to now take on, that were otherwise being done by EU bodies. There will be a very big push to have each devolved nation have its own little version of that little regulator. It already exists in multiple places. Some things are done on a whole UK basis. Other things like food are done on a devolved basis, etc. So I think the machinery of government will probably have much more devolution, even at that higher political level. It will still be playing itself out in the high theatres, as it were. Okay, another question coming up from, yes, sort of there. Sorry, I was sort of, thank you.
Hi. So when I think beyond this exact election, I think the next, say, 5, 10, 15 years, one of the questions that comes to my mind that will have major tangible constitutional implications for me is the UK's approach to climate change. What do you think the impact of this election is on that?
Okay.
Asking that one, my knowledge of climate change is zero.
So my answer to that is going to be having scanned through the manifesto of the Conservatives, I don't remember seeing anything about the environment.
Net zero.
And that's going to be my answer.
Well, I mean, go on, Paul.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I think, you know, that there was deafening silence on that issue. And it's not actually clear how that's going to impact on the things that they really are going to have to focus on. I suspect, you know, we'll have a lot of talk about stuff, nothing much happening, unless the old events from outside of our domestic politics impinge heavily on us. But I don't see any real policy direction or agenda or anything that is going to have a bearing on you know, the questions we're talking about, which is how we organise how we do things.
Yeah.
I don't think it has.
I mean, I think the main thing will be whether,
which is
worrying. Yeah, whether they maintain the commitment to net zero and whether they want to make Glasgow a big political moment of global leadership for Britain. I think will be kind of how that will play in.
Yeah.
We are out of time. We do have the next panel lining up behind us. I want to thank my panel very much indeed for the conversation, and thank you.
I always think this makes me look more professional.
I know.
Don't you walk out again.
Oh, the marathon.
Anywhere you wish here, but I should sit here.
I'm talking in order.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the next panel, which is looking at Brexit and the election. Of course, the election has been dominated by the topic of Brexit, and I'm delighted that we have three experts to guide us to the implications and what might be happening in the coming period. We have Simon Hicks, Professor of Politics here at the LSE, Sarah Heyman of the European Institute and the School of Public Policy, and Professor Simon Usherwood from the University of Surrey. So we're going to have a conversation, and then we'll open up to questions from the audience. But perhaps the opening point to get your comments on is that this emphatic victory seems to, in the phrase of the moment, get Brexit done. Can we assume that in 2020, the following, that is, the withdrawal agreement would be passed relatively easily by Parliament, and that the Conservatives will try to keep Brexit out of the headlines, and that they will go for an agreement by the end of the calendar year 2020. And I assume that if a long-term agreement is achievable by the end of 2020, then it could only be achievable on the basis of a very basic free trade agreement, very minimalistic free trade agreement. And if either side starts to complicate the matter with additional agenda items, then negotiations would become more protracted. So what are the chances? This Simon closest to me, do you want to start off? What are the chances, do you think, that we will get Brexit done in 2020?
Oh, that's easy. 0. As I think Tony Travers was saying at the beginning of the night, you know, this is about getting Brexit started. All of this has been about ending membership. And that's the smaller, easier part of Brexit. What we haven't yet started and won't start until February next year is the much more complicated question of what the future relationship with the EU looks like. And so I think whilst you're right to say that that withdrawal agreement is going to get ratified, even that is going to be, I think, not as smooth as you might imagine given the size of the Tory majority that we're looking at, because we have a House of Lords that still has a lot of constitutional concerns around the implications of the withdrawal agreement bill. And even though it has an obligation under the Salisbury Convention to pass that legislation, it doesn't have an obligation in terms of time. So within the parliamentary session, I think you could still see some issues, on top of which there are going to be quite a few Tory MPs who are going to remember that there were a lot of other things they didn't like about Theresa May's deal, which Boris Johnson didn't touch at all in his very limited renegotiation. So all of that is a prelude to a year of talking a lot about Brexit, and you said maybe we won't see much effort to try and raise the issue by number 10, but it's going to be there present because you're going to have the start of the year. Up until January, we'll be talking about withdrawal. Then it will be the nature of the transition period where people discover that leaving is exactly like being in, but without the right to vote or have representation. And then almost straight away, we're into a question of should we be extending that transition period, because I've yet to meet anyone who thinks that 11 months is enough time, even for a basic agreement, unless the Conservative government completely rolls over on whatever the EU offers. So I think all of the signs are that if you liked talking about Brexit and hearing about Brexit, you've got a wonderful year ahead of you.
Sarah? I absolutely agree, but let me turn to the European side, because of course there are two sides to these negotiations, and so far the complications have been mainly on the British side with having anything come through Parliament, really. So I'd be a bit radical and say that from the EU's perspective, the outcome tonight is not altogether bad news. It is regrettable that Brexit is now a certainty. It will happen, and the EU member states, they all regret that the UK will be leaving, and now within a set time frame. That might be, a bit of back and forth about it, but there's now no longer a question about it. But on the EU side, things are likely to get more complicated in this next phase of negotiations. So it's all along been said that the unity between the EU member states has been remarkable in that they have been able to come together on a number of compromises, even when there were some member states that would be directly affected by the proposals and the agreements made with the UK government. But nevertheless, they stood together and they saw that membership and unity was more important than anything that could be negotiated bilaterally or in some other version. So I think that what we're looking at now, though, is in a negotiation phase where that is not as straightforward as it has been up until now, because now we're going to have to go into negotiations where a few issues cannot be left off the table and where there will need to be a fair amount of details. Just to give an example, regulation and trade of chemicals or fisheries. These are issues where some governments would block a unanimous decision if they were directly hit on their economic positions at home. And then a whole range of these issues where it will be difficult to get the EU side to stay together during the next phase of negotiations. So yes, we will certainly hear a lot more about Brexit in this country, but I think also we are going to hear about Brexit differently in the EU member states, because now it becomes a reality for the industries and for those affected by Brexit more directly. It's been a bit fuzzy and a bit vague in the European media, with very big topics on the table only, or in the headlines. But now I think that there will be real substance to what is it that is going to happen for us as trading partners with the UK. So again, I think that Brexit is here to stay, but I think it will be with a different angle altogether.
Well, I've got a sort of different view. I mean, I agree with Simon and Sarah in that, you know, I think Johnson likes to quote Churchill. I mean, you could say this is not the end or even the beginning of the end, but it is the end of the beginning of Brexit. We will leave the EU on the 31st and we'll enter the transition period. But I think two really important things have changed tonight if he's going to bring home this sort of majority. The first thing is he's going to be less beholden to the hardcore Brexiteers. He's going to have a much freer hand, and a lot of MPs, new MPs, 100 or so, new Tory MPs who are only there because of him and are going to be lobby fodder for him. They'll do whatever he wants them to do. He's going to have an incredibly free hand to negotiate the type of Brexit he wants. If he decides he wants a softer form of Brexit, which I think is hinted in the manifesto by saying that the Conservative Party will maintain high social and environment standards, which to me, I read as they would consider aligning with EU social and environmental rules. That makes negotiating a free trade agreement much easier. So I think we were heading towards a very simple FTA that covers just a few sectors of the economy, basically covering goods. The EU side was going to say, for anything more comprehensive than that, you're going to have to abide by EU social and environment rules. I think most of the backbench libertarian Tories would say, no way. But now he's free to negotiate that kind of thing if he wants to. And so if he really wants to get Brexit done as quick as he can, he could just roll over. The second thing I think that has really changed tonight is who the Conservatives now represent. So all of those new Tory MPs are going to be in the Midlands and the north of England, in areas of the country dependent on public services, dependent upon manufacturing where it still exists, dependent on agriculture. He's going to need to deliver a Brexit that minimises the impact of Brexit on the British economy and minimises the impact of Brexit on British public services and the tax base. Because that he's going to have those MPs elected representing those constituencies. So when he comes back, and if he says now to his party in the House of Commons, look, a softer form of Brexit where we abide by EU rules on social and environment standards that allows us a smaller hit on the economy, a smaller hit on manufacturing. I think the ERG guys are going to be furious, but he's got such a big majority, he doesn't have to care about them, and he's got a load of MPs now in the House of Commons who'd be desperate for him to bring home that kind of deal.
I suppose the alternative scenario, and I'd like the three of you to respond to it, is to say that Boris could get through the most minimalistic free trade agreement, no environmental standards, nothing on consumer rights, employment rights, etc., but just a core Canada-type deal.
You wouldn't give it.
And you're assuming that Boris wants something more than that. Why would we assume that
I think
the
the EU
Conservative
wouldn't give
leader...
it. I think Sarah would agree that. I think the EU is not going to give it. We are not Canada. The EU is willing to give Canada that type of deal because EU trade with Canada is a relatively small part of EU trade. EU external trade with the UK will be 16% of EU external trade. The EU's EU27's second largest trading partner. And they will say the volume of that trade is so big that we cannot allow you to undercut us. So any kind of deal means you're going to have to apply much higher rules and much more restrictive rules than any deal they do with Canada or South Korea. They've already said that.
Does anyone disagree with it?
No, it's clear in the mandate that's already been drafted, in all the language that's been there for a long time, that the UK, well, the UK always says it's special. It's going to be treated specially, and it's going to find that comes with obligations as much as freedoms.
But can I make one point though, because it's really important to keep in mind that this is not happening while the EU is just sitting back and waiting for the UK to now find what it is about in terms of economic preferences and what kind of regulatory standards it's willing to take, etc. The EU is moving right now. There's a new commission in place, and there are a number of policy areas where things have to move rather quickly. On top of that, the EU is now engaged explicitly in the next budget negotiations, and that's where we really see the power dynamics come out in great detail, because the priorities for the EU have been set with the work programme for the Commission, and there's been an announcement of a new European Green Deal. So there's no way that the EU would in any way find that they could compromise on any of the big policy areas where they want to now be leaders and ensure unity for the EU, which is also a very complicated matter, granted what's going on in domestic politics in a number of member states. They are not having to find those big visions for Europe in order to move forward and in order to manage the security issues they're dealing with, the immigration problems, the Eurozone challenges, etc., etc. And those big issues will be around social protection, not perhaps in the way we understand in the UK, social protection, but that there is a social model they want to now develop. It's around environmental policies and a number of other issues, which means that it will be at a very strong position that the EU is wanting to meet the UK on these topics as well.
It's worth adding another couple of issues. One is fisheries, which several member states have made very clear is got to be part of the discussions and the agreements. And the other one is security. Both sides want to have an ongoing security relationship. They want to find ways that they can maintain large parts of the police and judicial cooperation that goes on as well, kind of old second pillar stuff. Okay, so all of that is there as well.
But the implication of what you're each saying is that Boris will not be able to complete Brexit in 2020. What then are the implications for Brexit for Boris at home?
I think he might do. I think the only way he would do is if the EU puts a deal on the table that's a pretty comprehensive deal that binds the hands of the UK. There's not much take-back control. And he just says, fine, I can get that through the House of Commons. That's the only way he could get it done if he wants to. And at the end of the day, you know, for most of the country, Brexit means Brexit or delivering on Brexit. Once we're out after the 31st of January, whether we get this kind of deal or that kind of deal becomes kind of nerdy sophistry, and they don't really care. You know, Brexit has been delivered, and, you know, we'll argue about whether we abide by EU rules on the REACH directive, but nobody else really cares.
What if Nigel Farage comes back and says this is Brexit in name only?
Well, it doesn't matter if he's got an 86-seat majority, right? I mean, it would have mattered if he had a 10-seat majority or a 20-seat majority. With an 86-seat majority, he can say, I don't care about any of you lot. Go home. I mean, we won't hear much about Rees-Mogg, thankfully, after this election.
Well, it's so nice that Simon is always so positive, and I love it. I think I have to be a little bit more cautious, because even when we've not been dealing with the kind of political situation that the UK is now, let's say, recovering from and moving into a more convincing majority government, you know, any of the other trade agreements that exist between the EU and other countries have taken years and years and years of negotiations. And that is not only because of the third country, it is also because of the EU internally having to find compromises that they all can agree to, and it's by unanimity. So we need to keep in mind that that side is what will define the agreement. The UK will be a rule taker here, not a rule setter. But that cannot happen within 11 months even. So Boris Johnson has said, he made a pledge that it has to happen within the deadline, and he would not ask for an extension. Of course, with a majority as the one he is now looking to have, I'm sure he can afford to let one pledge slip, and this might be one of the ones where he has to do that, because it's not realistic. He can blame it on the EU, of course, but, you know, I think it will slip.
Has a no-deal Brexit at the end of December 2020 been taken off the table?
I think so. I
I'd say
think
no,
so.
son.
No, never taken off the table. Again, and I think that's going to be one of the challenges, because in contrast to the exciting number of extensions we've had in Article 50, which is relatively unproblematic, the transition period has a one-off mechanism with a hard back end at the end of 2022, and there's nothing you can do within the withdrawal agreement to extend it past that. And I think that that's a problem. I understand the legal reasons for it, but just politically it's going to put yourself, even if Johnson does do a U-turn in the middle of next year and says we'll use the extra 2 years, we could easily find ourselves at the end of 2022 where it turns out we still haven't sorted things out because there's a problem with this or a problem with that, and then we don't have a way of, I'm sure there's a lawyer somewhere who's got a bright idea, but it's going to be much more problematic to extend than in the current context.
I guess we've got here on the basis of Boris Johnson making a number of promises, making a number of assertions. I wonder, an issue like Northern Ireland, can that come back and bite him in the Conservative Party, do you think?
I don't think so. I mean, not with that kind of majority, it's off the table. I mean, really, how much do backbench Conservative MPs care about whether the customs and regulatory border is east-west or north-south? It's really critical for the DUP, but it's not critical to most backbench Conservative politicians.
And that relationship now was already trashed this autumn with the renegotiation. He doesn't need the DUP. He's not going to get the DUP back on side even if he wants to, which he doesn't particularly need to or aim to. So that side of it is, by the way, I think the only way it comes back is if it turns out that the Johnson arrangements for Northern Ireland turn out to be working much better than for the rest of the UK. And at that point, people start saying, well, they seem to have a much better arrangement because they're much more closely aligned. Why can't we have that? And that feeds then into the whole Scottish question, which is also going to be a big dynamic in this.
Presumably tonight's result makes the prospect of a Scottish referendum within a comfortable 5-year parliamentary period far more likely.
Well, I mean, what was said in one of the earlier panels is that a public opinion doesn't guarantee the outcome of that kind of referendum, and it's really questionable whether Johnson and the government would allow a referendum. Again, they have to, of course, let that go ahead.
True,
so,
but could you imagine a government going 5 years without agreeing to a second referendum on the basis of a Scottish National Party that has won every seat other than about 4?
Yeah. Well, they've said that they want to have a revision, of course, of the devolved powers, and there needs to be a whole debate about that and a legal review as well. So I think we need to see what comes out of it, but I'm not sure that public opinion is necessarily going in favour of leaving the UK, also with so much uncertainty for the whole country around it. People are cautious when they vote.
I think I mean, I agree with that, but I think there's 2 caveats. One is that the result in Scotland tonight will be read in Edinburgh and Holyrood as a mandate for a second referendum. The additional aspect of the campaign that we didn't notice down here but was front and centre north of the border was the battle was over, should there be a second independence referendum. The Conservatives in Scotland rang very hard on a vote for us if you want to stop Indy Ref 2, and they got trounced if the exit poll's correct. So I think Nicola Sturgeon and her advisors are going to be sitting around thinking, where do we get from here to a second referendum? And I think the key test is going to be May 2021, which is the next Scottish Parliament election. I think Johnson will be able to hold on until then, but if they go into that election with this is another mandate for a second referendum, and they win that, that's very difficult for him to resist. And we may well be out of the EU by then.
Well, I was just going to say, in that context in which England has gone very quickly for Brexit,
a hard Brexit,
Brexit, going for a second independence referendum in Scotland in that context, Brexit could, of course, be a spur to Scotland voted
But
for.
Sarah's right. It's not clear that, you know, a vote for the SNP or a big mandate for the SNP in a general election for Westminster or even in a Holyrood election, that's not the same as a big vote. And she's a county politician. She's not going to go for a referendum unless she's got a clear majority.
We're going to run out of time, so let's open up to questions from the audience. I believe that, yes, colleagues have the microphone. So could you simply say very quickly who you are and give us the question, please? Can we take the gentleman here?
Hi, I'm Adam. I'm a second-year PPE student. What do you think the effect of the Brexit Party has been standing at this election? Because there was a lot of talk at the beginning about how the Brexit Party could split the Brexit vote, particularly in the northeast, but it appears to be the case that the opposite has happened. If you look at Hartlepool, for example, the Tories look equally likely to take it from Labour, and that was where Richard Tice was standing. So what do you think the actual effect of the Brexit Party has been? Do we owe Farage an apology, maybe, for, you know, for telling him that he's going to make Brexit less likely?
Okay, let's collect a few questions. There was a friend just behind you here.
My name is Lawrence. I'm a general course student, and my question is, presuming the exit poll results are accurate, how do you think that's going to affect future EU integration in the long term?
Okay, other questions? Right at the front again, yes.
We're already here. I'm Lucius, also second-year PPE student. You already flagged up fishing and security as two main stepping stones in the upcoming negotiations. Are there any other issues that you see coming up, given that the issue of Northern Ireland wasn't quite anticipated to become quite as important as it did in the end? Is there anything else like tax evasion or Gibraltar or something that we are not talking about right now that could become very important in these negotiations?
Okay, good. Other questions? Yes, right at the very back.
Hi, Jacob, ex-politics and philosophy student here at LSE. If the last 5 years has been as monumental as I think we all understand but haven't quite articulated yet, and I'm not going to ask you to predict the far future, but what trajectory do you think this puts us on for not the next 5 years, but I'm talking about 20, 25, 30 years?
Thank you for that. We do have a full 10 minutes to answer that question, so we're absolutely fine with that one. Can we just do a quick round? Please don't feel that you have to answer each question. Who wants to go first?
Why don't we go this way?
Okay.
I think that we've overestimated the effect of the Brexit Party. I think what happened in this election is a lot of voters came back to the Conservatives or went to the Conservatives, whether they were going to go for the Brexit Party or whether they were going to vote for Lib Dems. What I find interesting about this election result is it looks like those reluctant Remainer Tories at the end of the day feared Corbyn more than they feared Brexit. And I think, you know, it's not just a story of the Brexit Party, it's a story of what happened on the other side of the Conservative Party. I'll let the others answer some of the other tougher questions. You know, I'm going to leave on an optimistic note. It's not the election outcome that I would have wanted, but after the Brexit referendum, that weekend I wrote a blog piece saying that I don't want us to obsess about what happens in the next 6 months or the next couple of years. We should be thinking in the long term, what's the relationship between the UK and the EU? And I painted a picture to say I wanted it to be like the relationship between Canada and the United States. Closest of allies, integrated economies, global cooperation on environment standards, security, defence, and so on, fighting terrorism. I actually think that Boris Johnson, his heart of hearts, he was London mayor and he was pretty socially liberal, he was pretty pro-European. I think strategically he positioned himself as a Brexiteer. If this election allows him to move back to a more moderate position, we may leave the EU and start to rebuild bridges back as a result of this election. I'm hoping in 5 years from now we have a very new, healthy relationship that's a relatively soft Brexit, and I think we're actually more likely to get there as a result of this election outcome than a really hung parliament with him with only a 5 or 10 seat majority.
Sorry.
Again, I really love how positive Simon is, but I think that the kind of Brexit we will see is what we would, from when we had just had the referendum, we would still frame it as a hard Brexit. This is going to hit us hard. It is not near the version of a membership such as Norway has it, or other countries that have placed them more towards what I would call a soft Brexit. We are in hard Brexit territory still, and I think we will remain there with this government. It is not WTO rules, so there might be deals made, and there might be areas where we are closer aligned, but certainly we are in hard Brexit area. So that was just my reaction on that, if I can say. But
sorry, would you then assume that a hard Brexit outcome has implications for the kind of social policies that a one-nation
yes,
prime minister might pursue?
I do. But I think that this is maybe a discussion that we need to, it would take a long time, but I think it would. But I wanted to say something on the question on what this means for the EU's integration in the future. And it's a really momentous time for the EU. One of its most important political and economic member states are leaving. This is with great consequences for the internal power balances. We are already seeing that there are realignments happening within the EU because of the UK being effectively out already, not taking part in decision making, not taking part in any future planning. And so therefore we are looking at a different kind of EU constellation, not just with one member state having left, but everyone else having to find their ways in this new power balance. And the other element is, of course, that globally, the EU remains a very important global actor, and the UK has now left that. But that also sends a signal to other partners elsewhere that the EU is not as strong in foreign policy vis-à-vis Russia, etc. There are elements that are really of great concern to the EU governments after this Brexit process has been completed. And so that is not something to underestimate. I know I'm from Denmark, as you can perhaps hear from my accent. I know from a lot of Scandinavian, Dutch, Czech government officials that they are finding it difficult in this post-UK era in the EU to be as influential as they were able to previously. And I think that we're going to see now a period of adjustments where these countries and other countries are having to rethink their strategies at a time where next year there are almost no elections in Europe, which is quite interesting. There are a lot of very important topics that will dominate the agenda, but not elections. And so we can really say that this year ahead will be where the EU sort of settles after Brexit has become a reality. But of course, there's also now the prospects of Merkel leaving in Germany, which will have great implications for the future direction of the EU. So there's a lot going on, a lot of important topics, but Brexit is really a moment that can be felt across the continent.
Simon.
I think one thing to remember is that with the UK's withdrawal, I'm going to channel Simon's positivity, because it's not going to be the end of the world for the UK. The country's not going to fall apart. At some point, the question of other countries coming back to narratives about withdrawal will be back on the agenda. It's opened up a new path. It's going to be there. Populists, Eurosceptics will say, look at the UK, they're doing all right because of Brexit, and whether or not it's because of Brexit.
Brexit wasn't so bad after all.
And because we're not stupid like the British, who made it so difficult, we'll do it because we're very clever in our country. And the British have fallen in every bear trap, and so we'll have all of the benefits and none of the costs, and you'll recognise the kind of narrative. So I think that's going to come back, and I think the EU is aware of that, member states are aware of that, but how they actually resolve that issue, I think, is hard to gauge. On questions of other issues that will come up, financial services is going to be a big one. Anyone with an ounce of common sense in the UK will be lobbying incredibly hard now to try and shape government policy on the future deal and the future relationship. I don't think you'll see the same thing that you saw with Theresa May, a lot of just isolating government and just not listening to anyone because they recognise that would cause them problems. This looks like a much more biddable government, and a lot of people will be doing that bidding. On the question of the long term, the basic problem for British European policy in the entire post-war period is the British have never decided quite what Europe is for. And what ends, what it serves in terms of what the UK is trying to do. This government is not going to change that. Boris Johnson does not have a grand vision of Europe and Britain, which means I think what we'll see is efforts to continue trying to build a relationship, but in a rather what's the problem right now situation, rather than something more strategic. So I think what we'll find is that after 40 odd years of being unhappy on the inside, we're going to have 40 odd years of being unhappy on the outside. And when all of you are professors, you can be on the stage like this talking about the exciting referendum and other debates where Brexit or re-entry are back on the agenda.
I'm now really depressed. Thanks.
Okay. I think we've meandered between optimism and pessimism as we went through, and we've also expanded to other areas. So if you're particularly interested in the foreign policy aspect, then please stay awake until 1:15 when there's another panel precisely on that. However, we're about to shift the focus to economic policy, and before we do, can you please join me in thanking our panel?
Flying by. That's one. Yeah, one more pad and then we're good.
I think so.
One set of panelists were less lucky than we are, even less lucky than we are, because another one is on the end. I will sit at the very end, maybe Victor here or there. Oh, you will sit I will go to the very end.
So I go here, you go there.
You can just start whenever.
Hi Vicky, good to see you again. Cheers.
Great. Gosh, we're talking to select few, but it is getting streamed, so.
Well, there's still some. I thought it might have dissipated so much. Oh, maybe one mic.
Let us give it a minute or two, and then we will. All right, everybody, good evening. I want to thank you all for being here at this late hour. I'm sure that given tonight's results, not a few people were eager to go home, but clearly the thirst for learning and knowledge has kept you here. And I'm delighted that you're here. I'm delighted that our panelists are here tonight. We are joined, I'm going to go from here on to that end. Steve Machen is a professor of economics here at the LSE. Vicky Price is a well-known economist and business consultant, also with ample experience in government in the UK. And Nick Barr is also a professor of economics, of public economics and European studies, also here at the London School of Economics. So this is the panel on the economy. If you had little certainty in the previous panels, you will find even less certainty in this one. We economists are very good at pretending that we're sure about things, but in truth, we're not that sure at all. I asked a couple of my fellow panelists as we were coming in, what would you like to talk about? And two of them said, well, let us not only talk about Brexit, which I think is good. Probably the country and we economists and many other people have spent too much time talking about Brexit, but it would be strange if we didn't talk about Brexit at all, right? Given that this election was to some extent motivated by Brexit, and Brexit has been, for better or for worse, the main issue. So let me just lob the general question on Brexit so that we can get it out of the way. Experts have been saying for a long time that Brexit was a terrible thing for the UK economy. Tonight, voters have revealed that they don't seem to believe that. Or perhaps they believe it, but they don't care. So, two questions to the panel. The first one is Brexit really as bad for the British economy as most mainstream economists have claimed? And if it is, how come voters don't seem to be paying attention? Who'd like to take that?
I'll take it.
All right.
Okay, so I think the first observation to make about that straight away is that many of the problems facing the UK economy predate anything to do with Brexit. There's long-run changes that have been occurring both at the macro level and the micro level that have required serious attention for a long time. And actually, some of the voting patterns you might have seen actually may reflect, probably do reflect, concerns that people have about that. Perhaps not so much even about Brexit per se, but about the long-run cumulative economic decline of certain places and the long-run economic advantages that other places have faced. I mean, we've seen declining social mobility, we've seen rising inequality, but massively predates the referendum that took place to leave the EU. Of course, so I've answered the second part of the question first. The first part of the question is about the economic consequences of Brexit. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the removal of trade with the EU will have negative consequences at both micro level and macro level on individual incomes and on GDP as a whole. My colleagues at the CEP have produced a lot of the Centre for Economic Performance have produced the most persuasive work on that, I think, showing that there's going to be a significant long-run hit to the economy and to individual people's incomes that will follow on from whatever form of Brexit takes place. Of course, if there's a soft Brexit or a hard Brexit or no-deal Brexit, the amount of a hit varies, but it's predicted to be completely negative.
So on that note, let me move to Vicky and ask, one thing that would seem to be clear after tonight's results is that Brexit will happen. It will happen fairly quickly, by the end of January, if all goes according to plan. One could perhaps say that because the time horizon is not that long, and because uncertainty has been resolved or is on its way to being resolved, some of the bad consequences of Brexit will be less bad. Other people might say that because the Tories will have a big majority, Brexit might be harder than it would have been otherwise, and as a result, the bad consequences are in fact larger or more threatening. Where do you stand within this continuum, Vicky?
Well, we've just been listening before to the speakers talking about whether it's going to be a soft Brexit or a hard Brexit, and there wasn't any agreement. There was actually quite a difference in
Well, you had four academics on a panel. You would expect any agreement, would you?
Quite right. So we don't quite know where we'll end up. It all depends, I think, on whether Boris Johnson finds that he's got room for manoeuvre and he's able to ignore what the right wing of his party says, basically. Or if he's that way inclined. We just don't know. He's an unknown quantity, if you see what I mean, because he says so many things that he hasn't actually done, or he then changes his mind about things, as we know. For example, he was not going to allow for an extension to happen in terms of the deadline for when we're leaving the EU, and everybody thought it was going to lead to a no deal. Well, that all disappeared. So we just don't know what will happen. But what we do know is that the economy has already slowed down quite considerably because of Brexit. Yes, of course, it would have slowed down because we've had trade slow down worldwide, and we have problems in China, and we have the trade war that's going on right now. We have Germany, which went into almost recession itself. I mean, we've seen our own GDP contract in one quarter and then be stagnant in another. And as we've just been discussing, we haven't got a clue. It may take quite some time for a trade deal to be negotiated. What's going to happen to our relationship with the US and anyone else in the meantime? What will be the regulatory requirements that will be there? Are we going to be closely aligned or not closely aligned? And what goods and services is it going to cover? If it does not cover financial services, then, I mean, we are, I'm afraid, going to be a third country. And when we are a third country, unless we are Norway, we're in the EA or EFTA, we are immediately no longer able to have mutual recognition in our sort of regulatory system in the financial sector. So we'll have equivalence. Equivalence means anyone can change their minds at any point in time, as is going on right now with Switzerland, the relationship between Switzerland and the EU. So basically, the outlook for the economy will depend hugely on whether businesses suddenly feel they can really start investing because there's some certainty, or whether they feel actually there's still so much there that we're just not going to bother. If you add to that the extra friction and costs and uncertainty about immigration and talent and access and the general level of costs that they're going to have to face, then I would suspect, and most forecasters expect too, that certainly in the next few years, we're still going to have quite low growth in the UK economy. Probably lower than would otherwise have been the case because of Brexit. Of course, all the other issues are there. But Brexit has added this extra dimension of loss of productivity that we've had, which means that if we are on our own, out there, trying to trade in an environment where trade is being constrained already, falling in some quarters, world trade, and you have an exchange rate which suddenly is getting slightly stronger because of the results of tonight, then you end up in a very uncompetitive situation. So what will happen to our trade anyway actually requires a huge question mark.
If I might add one personal experience, I was the guy who negotiated a trade deal between Chile and the United States many years ago. Chile is a tiny little country, 18 million people. You would have not thought that the Americans would spend a lot of time negotiating an agreement with tiny little Chile. Well, that agreement took 4 years. And of course, the issues were tiny compared to the issues that will necessarily crop up in any agreement between the UK and the US. So yes, maybe the UK and the US are more alike, but it's not going to take less than 4 years. So the idea that you jump out of the EU and into a set of agreements with the rest of the world and you achieve that in 24 hours, I think that is unlikely, to put it.
Of course, unless you go for something very minimal, as again was being discussed before, which you could do, but of course it leaves huge, and somebody asked a question here in the front, huge question marks about fisheries, agriculture, etc.
If you did some things on just trade and goods, lower a few tariffs, remove a few quotas, that's very easy to do. But from the UK's point of view, that leaves most services out, and that's really where the action is, right? Nick, you're a professor of public economics, and as somebody who's lived in the UK only for a year or so, something that struck me about this campaign was the following. Once upon a time, Conservative parties were parties of fiscal prudence, and you could argue that the Cameron government, for better or for worse, was also keen on keeping a lid on the budget. Something that's very striking about this campaign is that the Tories, offered big spending pledges, of course not as big as Labour, but fairly big ones, with no, much attention devoted to where the money would come from. Might it be that throwing money at problems without A, designing these policies more thoughtfully, and B, without sustaining, ensuring sustainable financing over the long run, could do more harm than good? Or am I being too much of a boring economist here and there are other ways of solving these problems?
Well, it's where the economics and the politics interact. I mean, it's very straightforward. Trade increases growth. So globalization increases growth. It creates losers as well as winners. So good policy goes for globalization and compensates the losers. We haven't done that. Hence, before the referendum, the famous story of Anand Menon up in the northeast saying that Brexit would harm GDP, and this Geordie voice came out from the back saying, that's your ruddy GDP, not ours.
Not mine, right.
So it really does make a difference. And I think that what the Conservatives have done is to try to counteract that simply by mentioning large sums of money, ignoring the fact that rapid economic, social and technological change means that investment in health and skills is not just something that a kind, cuddly country does, but it's something that a hard-nosed trading country has to do. We have underinvested in our social services, income transfers, health and education for a long time. The Conservative policy, to the extent that it is a policy, says we will fix this by spending sums of money with lots of naught on the end. Whereas we know that investment needs a strategy, it needs a 10-year horizon, it needs cross-party political support, the sort of thing you can get in some countries in Europe that have a less adversarial political system, but we just don't have here. And my big worry is, in the Scandinavian countries, they've got a political economy equilibrium where people are prepared to pay high taxes in return for high-quality social services. They get the high-quality social services, so they're prepared to pay the high taxes. We're in a low-tax, low-quality equilibrium. Getting from here to there requires a long-term view and trust, and we ain't got neither. So I'm a very unhappy bunny. I mean, it's a bit. I mean, can I just follow? And I think it's a bit of a shame that some boring economists weren't actually spoken to a little bit more in the design of what prospective policies may.
This is the Economists Union that is taking shape here.
No,
I will join myself.
May have been put forward. I mean, you know, I mean, the idea about getting 20,000 police officers on the streets straight away to cut crime is just completely ridiculous. I mean, natural wastage means it's actually it'll be much more than 20,000 required. And where on earth are you going to find 20,000 people straight away who have the skills to become police officers straight away, for example? I mean, the idea about advocating kind of promises just because they sound short-term politically okay, and then saying this is economically justified is just absolutely ridiculous. And all of the three of the main parties, if you want to count the Liberal Democrats as a main party, I don't know if you want to or not, but if you want to think of all three, they're all equally culpable on that, I think, by different means of doing it. The Labour Party, through a very, very, very badly constructed manifesto, which couldn't communicate any economics to anybody, really very well, even though there actually are some quite good economic arguments in the Labour Party manifesto. The Liberals is just hopeless, and there's nothing in the Conservative Party manifesto. Every statement about economics was made outside.
But can I push you guys a little bit on this? The UK is not alone in this, right? Economists and technocrats have lost weight in policy making throughout the world. So is it the politicians that are being stupid and not listening to the wise things we have to say? Or is it something about the way we proffer that advice that makes it less politically relevant?
We can just say that I don't agree with your premise that economists have lost out particularly. I mean, there is a very famous Italian economist who's done incredibly well as the head of the European Central Bank, Mario Draghi.
Yes.
I think without him, we probably
central banks are very powerful. Yes.
Central banks, yes. We now don't have an economist in charge of the European Central Bank, but until then we did, and look what actually happened. Without that, the European economy would have done really badly. So, you know, the more power to economists, if you like. But I'm afraid there has been this move away from evidence, certainly in this particular election. So evidence-based policy was just thrown out of the window. And for quite some time...
Which we, of course, at the LSE treasure.
Well, of course, and me as a former civil servant doing economics and civil service treasured as well. So there are, certainly in the last few years, us ex-civil servants, if you like, and others from inside would look at particular departments and say they were actually evidence-free zones. They just didn't listen to anything. And it's not just economists, I'm afraid. Business was not listened to at all in the last 3 years. So I know for a fact that all this trade organization and others would go and talk to civil servants and also ministers and get absolutely nothing back, as if they just didn't exist. So it was politics, politics, politics somehow, emotion, emotion, and so it wasn't that people voted against their own sort of prosperity. They voted for other things and just completely ignored that aspect. Either they didn't believe it or it just didn't really enter their heads. And the question of whether we say things in the right way, I mean, it's possible. We talk about GDP. I mean, we live on this, really. I mean, there's nothing wrong with GDP at all. But the man on the street doesn't...
99% of voters have no idea what that is.
Well, but what they do know, though, and they are voting on the... So I think economics still matters underneath, and they don't realize it. So why did all these people vote for the UKIP originally? It was because of austerity. It's where it hit them, quite a lot of them. Why did they then vote for the Brexit Party? For similar reasons. And why did they, if you like, react against the elite? It's because of the rise in inequality they felt they were being subjected to, which didn't happen everywhere, but it happened in particular regions because of globalization and everything else. So economics matters. So what works is employment, real disposable incomes, this sort of thing matters to them. And so if we had the election perhaps a little bit earlier, actually we did have it in 2017, look what happened. We probably would have ended up with a slightly different result, because real disposable incomes have been shrunk and shrunk and shrunk for a number of years, and they've only just started improving now. So people perhaps feel more confidence in relation to voting for something which...
So Labour might have done better in an earlier election, is that the context?
Well, it did better in 2017. It should not have had an election now. It was the wrong time to have it. But in terms of manifestos, they can all be thrown out of the window. Because now, one example is, since you mentioned 2017 to now, in 2017, the Conservatives were still saying austerity, 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 unlike what they're saying now, austerity. And Labour had come up with quite a lot of expansion, and which was considered then to be really radical, which pales into insignificance with what we're seeing right now. Actually, what the Conservatives did to sustain the economy over that period between then and now is they've spent the amount of money that Labour said it was going to spend.
That's right.
So they've actually done that, and a little
Roles
bit more.
have reversed. Well, no.
Yeah.
But
I want to jump in here.
I mean, I do think, though, that economists need to learn to express themselves better. For example, Nest Pensions has got a vocabulary police, and they're not allowed to use words like annuity. It's got to be pension income. When I was doing a campaign on higher education finance, I said student loans are a way of redistributing from a person's middle age to their younger self, and economists call it consumption smoothing. And it was my political partner in crime who said that students and graduates, though they are the same person, politically they're different. So the soundbite was, students get it free, it's graduates who repay. Now, that's a politician's mindset, and economists need to learn to speak that language.
Absolutely. I'm an economist who once ran for office, and I learned that the hard way. I lost the election. Let us open it up to the floor. There's one question that I was sort of lingering that I will ask in case somebody wants to tackle it. The feeling in the panel, I think, was that the really important things were left unaddressed by this campaign. So maybe when you answer the next set of questions, you could tell us, had you been the main economic advisor to one of the three main parties, what is the one thing you would have put in the manifesto that we did not see in the manifesto this time around? But before we get to that, yes.
Hello, my name is Grace. Thank you. My question is about the impact of the head of the central bank on Brexit and on what's coming ahead. That's it.
Very good.
Let's take two or three, and then we can go back to the panel. Yes, sir, back there.
What do you what do you think the implications are for the future of the NHS of this election?
Very good one.
This one there. Was a lady.
Yes, please.
My name is Natalia. Will Britain really win in trade deals with other countries outside the EU after Brexit? Do you believe in it? Thank you.
So we have three questions. One is about the role of central banking, one is about the future of the NHS, and the other one is about the feasibility of doing trade deals outside the EU. Would like to take any one of those? Vicky?
I'll do the ECB. Sorry, I'll do the central banks.
Okay.
If you like, I think it's a really good question. I mean, if you look at what happened in the UK when we had the referendum, the central bank intervened very, very significantly, and it's the one reason why the economy grew reasonably well for a while, until they stopped that type of help and the economy started seriously slowing down. So not only did the central bank here cut interest rates, it also expanded money supply through quantitative easing, in other words, buying bonds in the secondary market, government bonds and some corporate bonds, bringing the yields down, which meant that interest rates were low for longer-term investment and for mortgages and so on. Very, very significant for people to carry on being able to borrow. And then the central bank also did a huge amount of subsidized lending via the banking system. Something like, in this case, 160 billion, which was completely non-guaranteed, so it became part of our national debt. So we got that extra money coming in to lend to firms and individuals that would not have been available otherwise. People say that has kept lots of zombie firms going. In other words, firms that are not very productive, and that's one of our problems right now. And it also changed the capital raising requirements of banks, which unleashed an extra 150 billion of lending to the economy. So the central bank was absolutely crucial in this. But what they did here, and what they might have to do again if the economy doesn't recover, is follow entirely what this famous Italian economist had done in the European Central Bank, which is precisely what he did when, from 2014 onwards, it was quite obvious that the economy in Europe was not going to recover, it was going to move into deflation unless he did something very fundamental, like spend loads of extra money, or rather inject a lot of extra money in the economy. He did exactly that. Huge volume of quantitative easing, huge amount of term lending, and this is really what helped the Europeans semi-recover, if you like, and unemployment come down. So central banks are crucial. But the real question now is, and you have the head of the European Central Bank now, Christine Lagarde, thinking again of the balance between monetary policy and fiscal policy, is that there is a limit to how much of that they can do. You know, there is negative interest rates now for part of the offering in the European Central Bank. How long can you make that last? And do you need something different? They have now re-embarked in quantitative easing after they stopped. We stopped here, and we stopped that lending, extra lending I was saying, and we raised the requirements of banks for capital raising. So all that led to less money being available and the economy slowing down. That same thing happened in Europe, and now they've started it again. So it is possible they will start it again and cut rates again, and there have been hints that this will happen if the economy doesn't recover, because otherwise you see rising unemployment and so on. But you do need the fiscal side to be more responsive. So in some ways, what we've just been hearing about what this government might do, the new government, after today, yesterday, is that they may indeed embark in higher spending than was the case before, because that is the one way, unless there is another huge monetary expansion, to keep the economy going. So they'll have to borrow more. But the funny thing is that it's like they've only just discovered that interest rates are at record low levels. They've been at record low levels since the financial crisis. They need not have gone into this austerity, which has led, to the extent they did, which has led to the outcomes we have now, which politically are quite unnerving, really, for some people.
Steve,
I mean, the Bank of England.
trade or the NHS?
I'll just say one word about that.
Yes.
The Bank of England's got some interesting challenges in front of it, I think, with real wages stagnating again post-Brexit, with the issues to do with the housing market, particularly with young people not being able to get into the housing market to the extent that previous generations did. I mean, interest rates are very low, but there's a real threat they have to go lower, unless there is something that's going to improve in terms of those situations. And we know that's really dangerous if we get down near that zero lower bound in terms of what might happen. So I think there's some really significant challenges that the Conservative Party isn't very geared up to be dealing with, I don't think. If we'd
can I
added...
stop you and just dig a little bit deeper on that point? You know, we teach students that central banks and monetary policy are very good for dealing with demand shocks. You know, when people are not going to buy your goods, the central bank will cut interest rates to make sure somebody buys those goods. This would seem to be a classic supply shock. The cost of trading and the cost of production have gone up. Are really central banks equipped to deal with that? Is that within their remit?
But we're not in the current setup within the UK, no. And indeed, withdrawing from Europe is likely to have negative consequences for that as well. I mean,
so maybe Mark Carney or Mark Carney's successor should say, this is none of my business.
He has no choice, and he had no choice in 2016 because the Bank of England now is also responsible for financial stability because there's no longer a financial services authority. And that's their job. So they know that the dangers to the banks are quite significant. If the economy isn't growing and there's big debt out there, which is never going to be repaid, or firms are collapsing left, right, and centre, which has been the case in some sectors, like the retail sector right now.
Okay, let me do trade policy because I think Nick would like.
Nick will want to talk about the NHS.
Okay, so we've already spoken a little bit about getting trade deals, and we didn't want the whole thing to be about Brexit. But obviously, as Andres said before, you know, it takes a long time to do these things outside with countries outside of the EU. And you know, there's no reason why I can't see anything but it being a really, really tedious, long-term, protracted process to do that, which will be extremely costly again for people living in Britain. It just seems like there's further costs to be added that will multiply up on the current costs that have happened so far when trade deals get stalled because you can't set them up very fast. And that just seems like a no-brainer. That's inevitably going to happen.
I mean, just to follow on from that and then come on to the NHS. I mean, reduced trade reduces growth. People say, but once we're free to strike trade deals, we will have faster growth. Assume that's true. Assume away the difficulties we've heard away. Even if it is true and we do get faster growth, we have lost a lot of output and we'll lose a lot more output. Eventually, with a faster growth rate, we will get to the point where we would have got if we'd stayed on trend. But we've still lost a lot in the meantime. And until we get to the point where we have not only we've made up all the ground we've lost through the dip, you're talking 25 to 50 years. So if we are going to benefit at all through faster growth rates, we're talking decades, not just a few years.
That argument about you take a hit and then you go on a higher gradient has completely disappeared. Nobody ever seems to make that
but
anymore.
what I'm saying is even if it were true, but let me come on to the NHS.
Before you do that, just a good example is the country I come from, which is Greece, which has had a 28% hit in its GDP, so its output disappeared, and it's now the fastest growing country, almost 2% quarterly increase. It's going to take it, you know, we can calculate how many years to just get back to where it was.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, on the NHS, there's good news and bad news. The good news is I think it's safe, and it's safe because it's politically so powerfully protected. The bad news is there's two bits of bad news. One I've already mentioned. To restore the NHS needs some long-run strategic planning, which I don't see happening. And the second one is a slightly odd one. Because the National Health Service is politically so sacred, it's impossible to have sensible discussions about it. So, for instance, you hear, you know, in Britain we can reform our pensions. In France, they're currently on strike because of pension reform. They can't talk about pensions in France. We can't talk about the NHS. If someone says we mustn't have anything private in the NHS, well, the NHS has never had its own farms. It's always bought its food from the private sector, its X-ray machines, its pharmaceutical drugs. So the real issue is high-quality healthcare, free at the point of use for everyone in this country. How you achieve it is a matter that ought to be open for sensible discussion amongst knowledgeable people, and it's not. It's just a no-go area. And I think that means that though the NHS will be protected, it won't improve as much as it could or should?
I mean, the huge, more generally, the huge underfunding of social care beyond the NHS
Yes.
as well has been a big deal. And it's a ticking time bomb waiting to happen with an ageing population that really, really needs to be sorted out. And nobody seems to want to discuss that at all. I mean, you know, other things about imposing bigger time costs, bigger economic costs on the social care sector, like something that's actually quite good if it's done in conjunction with other things, potentially raising the minimum wage to high levels, would be really, really potentially disastrous for social care, unless government funds social care properly, which of course then the minimum wage could be a really good thing for workers doing serious jobs.
Then you need to raise tax system. You need to raise taxes.
Of course, yeah, of course. But you know, well, you need to raise taxes probably for any of the big spending things that are being spoken about, whereas that seems to be not on anybody's political agenda. But for any of the big spending promises that have been made, to do with whatever you like. I mean, any of the public sector stuff, any of the pseudo-nationalisations that Labour were putting forward, all that requires some income to come from somewhere. And so taxes would have to go up to fund all of those things for all three parties making those kind of cases.
I know that none of you, none of us is a political scientist, but how would one explain to the typical Martian, you know, coming to Earth, that the Conservative Party was a party of austerity 3 years ago. It is now the party of fiscal deficits. That's a pretty quick transition, isn't it?
Well, it was a party of fiscal deficit in the sense that it has said deficits all along, which it has been bringing down.
Yeah.
But in reality, austerity, if you look at what the plans are at present, but of course we still to have a proper spending review. We haven't had a budget, so we don't really know what they say they're going to cut taxes, but who knows. So if you look at what may be happening to most of the services, if indeed health, National Health Service, and education are protected, which is what they said they would do, because in some cases they've given 3 years, 3 year or even slightly higher, longer guarantees, then the rest of the departments are still going to have cuts or no increases. So there's still austerity there from that point of view. There may be more spending on infrastructure, supposedly, although we've been hearing Boris Johnson worrying already about both Heathrow, which of course is privately financed, supposedly, and of course HS2, the high-speed link.
But the headline deficit will go up substantially.
It will, and borrowing will go up substantially. And the lower growth is, the more you are going to need to borrow unless you're prepared to raise taxes. Well, in the case of the government, as we expect, is going to be formed, at least one of the manifesto promises was that they were not going to raise the three main sort of taxes. But they could, of course, as they have done before, raise the taxes in different ways, stealth taxes. So, but somehow or other, they will need to do something to cover some of those spends. But I think they're going to be very cautious. And they're going to have a treasury there that tells them, no, you can't possibly spend any money, which is the job of the treasury anyway. So I don't think we moved from being, from having still the austerity mentality there. The words may have changed, and we're forced by circumstances to borrow more because the economy has slowed down, because they needed to get elected. But let's see what happens in the longer term.
There's very little in the Conservative manifesto that's actually costed properly in terms of committing to, well, in fact, there's barely nothing in there, but it's actually costed properly. I mean, most of the things were spoken about in terms of serious expenditure were outside of the manifesto and were just spoken about in various settings, and so, you know, that could easily be reneged upon. And my best guess will be reneged upon. But, you know.
Do we have any more time, or are we out of time? We have to go home. All right, so I'm sure we have many outstanding issues, but there are other people with bright and deep things to say, so we're going to thank our panelists with a big round of applause.
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Sure.
I don't think the pads have been used.
you feel? Hi. We're okay afterwards? Yeah, good. Oh, we've lost. Come back. Quick, go and pay them.
We're going to tell them the meaning of life.
Stop. Close the door. Oh, yeah. Put foreign policy and economic policy to the end. We're just waiting for a rush, don't we? There's 2,000 people outside waiting to get in. Exiles from the Labour Party, I don't know. Okay, I think we'll get going. Let me introduce myself. My name is Professor Michael Cox. I'm an Emeritus Professor of International Relations here at the LSE and Director of its research, one of the research centres in a foreign policy think tank called LSE Ideas. We've left the world until the end. Maybe that says a lot about how much the world has figured in this last election debate. I was actually trying to think of some notes to put together to make what I would regard as both being an erudite and a witty introduction. And I'm not sure you can do both together. But the war in Syria has gone on. Putin is still in power. China is facing a major crisis in Hong Kong. The Iran nuclear deal has gone forever, it would seem. And the British position on this and the debate about this in the general election was, thank you, utter silence. So in other words, Brexit is supposed to be about building a global Britain, and Britain has always regarded itself as punching above its weight, to use that rather wonderful term Douglas heard of many years ago. It now seems that Britain doesn't even punch at all, whether above or below its weight or to its weight at all. So, to my mind, whatever the details of anything we've heard today, who wins in the end, I mean, Britain's position in the world, it seems to me, has already been diminished. I can't see any other way of negotiating that, whether you like or don't like Brexit, soft Brexit, hard Brexit. I mean, the reality is, it seems to me, that since the 2016 referendum, and political scientists can debate why it happened, nonetheless, it does seem to me the overall position of Britain within the world itself more generally, and anybody who travels abroad, which I do a lot of, knows this because you meet people abroad and they keep asking you the same question, what the hell do you think you were doing? Toby travels to the Middle East, and Swati travels around the world. We all travel around the world, and we come back with the same kind of general message. So, however, we still got to reflect on where we are today, where Britain stands in the world more generally, and what this particular election is going to mean for the future of Britain. So I'm just going to go down the list. We'll start with Toby Dodge, old friend from International Relations, Middle East Centre originally. Toby, why don't you kick off, and then 5 minutes, and then open up to pretty quick, and then we go around the table, bring in Swati, and then find yourself. Yes, Toby.
Okay, well, I amazed myself, and I read the party manifestos, which wasn't a particularly enlightening or particularly cheery example. And two things struck me. Firstly, the almost absence beyond a few boilerplate mentions of any foreign policy in the Conservative Party manifestos. And the other thing that surprised me was quite a lot of commonalities between the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, and those of us hoping for a hung parliament and a coalition government. I was going to focus on that. But let me switch away. And after I'd read the manifestos, I jotted down 4 big things. First, consensus, capacity, prestige, and vulnerability. And of course, there is no consensus. There's no consensus in Parliament. I think the educated middle class are riven across Britain. And as was being said earlier by Paul Kelly, I think what's really interesting is you've had, up until this election at least, fracturing within the parties. And this is over domestic issues, but especially Brexit. And laying across the top of what we think is this election victory is a very thin veneer of populism, which allows our probably current and future Prime Minister to hide in fridges, to duck election interviews, and simply to pile vagueness and ducking one on top of itself and still win. Now, the second thing is capacity. We've had, I think, under the Chilcot inquiry, a plea, a demand for evidence-based institutional foreign policy decision-making, and I see no evidence that that is going to play through into government and into the next government. And I think there are there are two reasons for that. Firstly, Brexit, as everyone has been saying over this evening, is sucking the oxygen out of government. A government can focus on one very big or two very big issues, and the Foreign Office, Home Office, trade its brightest and its best, its most ambitious civil servants are drawn towards what may make their name, and that certainly isn't the wider foreign policy beyond Brexit. So there is simply not the oxygen in the system to focus on that. The third is prestige, and as Mick was saying, I travel around the world a lot. I gave a lecture on Brexit to a series of senior Arab leaders about a month ago. And it was humbling, to be frank, firstly because as academics, especially working on comparative politics, we often tell them that their countries are divided, their governments are incoherent, and they're not making rational foreign policy. And of course, I couldn't say that this time. I had to say my country is divided, that the elite is incoherent, we're not making rational foreign policy. And the point there being that there was a kind of collective howl of pity and upset. So what's happened to you? You were the people who used to tell us how to run the place, but you've lost your way. You've lost this kind of conservative with a small c, cautious policy. So that prestige, I think that'll be a long-running issue, that as our diplomats spread around the world, as our tradespeople, as our envoys go out, we'll be treated with a lot more caution and skepticism. And the final point is vulnerability. As has been discussed on the last panel, as British diplomats and trade envoys go to strike long and complex trade negotiations and trade deals, they're in an incredibly vulnerable position. And I think we've already seen that with Boris Johnson's difficulties in confronting Trump. So that's the domestic foreign policy decision-making situation. Just if I've got a couple of minutes, to look at the world, and Mick mentioned the Iran deal, which I'll get to at the end, but we have the rise of a series of populist decision-makers, populist leaders, centrally and most obviously in the United States. There is a big debate, as Mick has participated in very eloquently, comparing the similarities between Obama and Trump about scaling back, in the face of at least a perception of American declinism, trying to bring American troops and resources back home. But what you've had with the Trump presidency is an abject refusal to make coherent foreign policy, to take a strategic view, to actually drive both tactics and strategy through, which has left a balancing within the international system that throws up Modi, it throws up Erdogan, it throws up Putin. And the example I was thinking about to show the precarious nature of the international system that Britain was going to step into once it had liberated itself from the European Union is Iran. And it's not only the collapse of the Iran nuclear deal, which I think was a triumph of multilateral diplomacy, the deliberate collapsing of it by the Trump administration. As we know, Iran has violently suppressed a popular uprising against the incompetence and corruption of its own leadership, at the same time as projecting power into its neighbors and facing a rather brave and extended rebuff of that power projection from both Iraq and Lebanon. Now, Iran seems to be one of the most crucial issues in the Middle East. Trump's policy towards Iran is incoherent. It's not been risk assessed, it's not based on evidence, it's based on a series of lobby groups that have captured key policy initiatives but without any gravitas or depth to them. So where is Iran policy going to be made when the Trump administration has sabotaged one coherent multilateral issue? And I'll leave it there.
Leave it there, yeah. Thanks very much, Terry. Good start. We'll move on to Adnan Khan, Professor in Practice, School of Public Policy. Adnan, after you.
Thank you. When I think of Brexit and the recent today's UK's elections, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind when I think of non-OECD countries around the world that all of these developments have led to a diminished UK role in the world, both in terms of massive loss of soft power, but also hard power. And I can think of three different tensions that lie underneath these developments. So one is about where would UK pivot to in terms of the rest of the world in its perennial quest for finding a role in the post-imperial, post-Second World War, post-imperial era. Second is about like what kind of intervention a state will it become. Will it be more in a rule-bound international order, or will it go alone? Third, more about the international aid and the role of aid and development that the UK policy will play. On the first one, UK obviously has been looking for a role in the international order post the Second World War. And whatever noises or whatever like messages that one hears post-Brexit about global Britain, about an invisible chain, appear mostly to be like empty bromides, devoid of any content. And the key question, the key tension is how will the policymaker define those terms, and how will they define the content of those terms? Will it mean a pivoting to, say, the Commonwealth, as some people have been saying? But then if you think of the Commonwealth, the balance of power has massively shifted within the Commonwealth also. And the view one hears from inside is there's a big disconnect from the view from inside and the view from the outside looking in. I'm reminded of what Emerson Mnangagwa, the leader of Zimbabwe, said a few years ago, last year, in fact, to FT. You lost your membership of the EU. Hey, don't worry, like you've gained Zimbabwe. I didn't feel the same level of excitement within the country. Think India, the relationship has completely changed. India is a much more resurgent economy and others, and call it the bargaining power for any future relationship between countries like India and UK are mostly favor India. And the kind of conditions that India in its current position would demand for a relationship, future closer relationship with UK, will most likely entail conditions that may not be very palatable to the policymakers here. For instance, like increased immigration for Indian diaspora, or the labor market, the talented labor coming out, human capital coming out of India. The second issue is, so this tension needs to be resolved. The second is more about the interventionist, what kind of interventionist stance will the post-Brexit UK government will adopt, and will it be more in an international rule-based order, or will it go alone? And let me give two examples. So, in the past couple of decades, UK has both successful as well as less than successful examples of international interventions. Think Sierra Leone. UK military intervention helped stop conflict and civil war, help bring a political settlement, and its aid and its economic relations also help with the economic recovery. Then think of Iraq and Libya under two different governments. An intervention, a military intervention, not moved in a rule-based order, go it alone, based on a very naive assumption of a military intervention leading to a quick political settlement, followed by multi-party elections, bringing some illusion of instant legitimacy. That didn't go well, as we know very well. In fact, spawned more fragility and more instability than it started off with. The third tension is on the question of aid and international development. So Sierra Leone, partly the success, or more like Sierra Leone, the intervention was mostly a force for the positive, partly because of the role of UK's economic relationship. And here, I think one thing the UK people could be rightly proud of is the role of international aid in the past couple of decades, UK aid and DFID in particular. Having worked with several aid organizations around the world and having studied those, I can safely say that UK aid and DFID may not be perfect, certainly is not perfect, but many would rightly claim it to be perhaps one of the best out there in terms of bilateral and maybe multilateral aid agencies also. And the UK aid architecture was built on both having an independent organization, DFID, but also being one of the first countries among the G7 countries to have formal legal commitment to 0.7% of the GNI to international aid. And both of those are pillars of international soft power for the UK are being challenged these days. So by these elections in particular. So one is, okay, let me quickly finish. So one is the, although like the Tory party also had this commitment of not going against it, 0.7% commitment. However, like there is an attempt to chip away at this through other means by having some of this commitment, some of this spending also being reflected in the spending by the Ministry of Defense, by the FCO. The second is the attempt to align more of the international aid, UK's international aid, with the objectives of FCO, especially the post-Brexit like economic interests of the UK. And the third is also something that some of the leaders of the government have already mentioned is formally merge UK aid and DFID with FCO. Again, all of those will, in my view at least, are likely to lead to a massive loss of soft power, but will also be a loss to global aid and development.
Thanks very much. And last but by name is Lisa Swati-Dingra from the Economics Department. Swati.
So I'll be really brief. I'll say that the one encouraging thing that I've heard throughout the evening is what Simon Hicks said, which is about the fact that this makes Boris Johnson less beholden to the European Research Group, and that might, in principle, ensure that eventually the path that the UK chooses is one that maintains sort of current levels of economic systems which are based on rules and regulations and not simply based on the whims of nations as and when they decide to come in and out of trade agreements. So I think on that note, I think the encouraging piece of news that I have to say is that being able to get away from the European Research Group might actually really empower Britain, and having the sort of slightly softer version of Brexit and being able to go in with high social safety standards and health standards, product safety standards, all of these things put together, which everyone sort of at the world stage believes that the European Union will always uphold. I think that lends a lot of credibility to Britain being sort of a leader and really becoming global Britain while maintaining these really high standards. And why those high standards are really, really important for the world trading system is because that's what developing countries are also looking for anymore. They're not looking for trade agreements where they are sort of the lesser party in those agreements, and where eventually then the rules are designed in ways that, yes, favor multinational corporations rather than really favoring people within these countries. So in that sense, I think that's the really positive news that comes out of this election result. Unfortunately, does it look likely that Britain is going to go in that direction? I think we're asking too much of our politicians. I think at the moment we don't have those statesmen-like politicians who will make that possible. So unfortunately, what I'm left saying is a little bit more pessimistic than that, which is saying that I think what might happen instead is that the UK actually goes much more in the direction of where the United States is in these types of agreements and what its rules and regulations are. And then, yes, all of those questions that you might have about chlorinated chicken, about NHS, all of those are back on the table. So I think that's really the reality we're facing right now. Which is the realm which the UK is going to end up in? Is it the European Union realm, or is it the one which is going to go much more in the direction of where the United States is currently? And I think that's what we're faced with. So I'll give it over to you.
Okay, well, it's the first time I've heard Simon Hicks cheer people up. And it's good to know that at least you took something. I'll just make one or two quick points. One is, I mean, the UK did find a sort of role. It found that the EU role is by becoming Europe, by becoming part of Europe. And, you know, having 25 mates or 26 mates or 27 mates around you, you've got a bigger gang and you've got much more voice within the gang. You've left the gang, and, you know, you're floating around independently, and that may be great for people who kind of believe in sovereignty in the old-fashioned sense of the word, but that simply leaves you much more diminished and much more isolated by definition. And in a world which is going to be dominated on one side, and is going to remain dominated by the United States for many years to come, or shaped by American policies, as we well know, whether economic or military on one side, and the rising China on the other, which in spite of Hong Kong and things going on in Xinjiang, I think China's still going to become a much more powerful voice in the world. Given all that, plus other developments, as you mentioned already in India, you know, the position, it seems in relative and absolute terms, the position of Britain simply diminishes. I mean, I can't see any, I mean, I wish I could say something different, but it's simply a logic of leaving the club and then being in a world with these two big blocs and other blocs which are actually not insignificant, such as ASEAN and others. I also think that the relations, it may well be there'll be a softer Brexit, but I can't really think that the relationship with the EU is going to get better once we leave the European Union. I mean, I kind of worry, where could those negotiations go if indeed Barnier's already said it's going to take more than a year? Well, they want to get it done in a year. You know, one could see a very poisonous quality come into that relationship, much more so than even we've seen so far. It could get a lot worse and it may not get better. That's, again, part of the worries that I have. We may have seen nothing yet in terms of, and you know, everybody wants to look for a scapegoat if you can't find the answers, and Brexit may not provide the answer. I'm bound to say that, but that's the way I feel about it. The other thing we haven't mentioned, of course, is the USA. Now, I'm not sure that the Corbyn message that, you know, we're going to become another, you know, appendage of Trump, in spite of the blonde hair by both leaders. But nonetheless, it does pose huge problems for this government incoming. I mean, there is a special relationship with the US, whatever people say. There is one. It's intelligence, it's economic, shared culture, history, and all the other stuff, you know, goes with it. All that, plus golf courses, I suppose, you know. But the way this relationship is now configured, a weaker Britain faces a particular kind of American president. And if all the indicators are right, then this is going to be a two-term American president at the moment, unless he gets impeached, which is unlikely because the Senate won't vote it through. And there's every chance, at least, you're going to have a two-term US president called Trump. There is a chance. I mean, it's not ruled out. I think it'd be daft for us to think so. Well, if that's the case, I cannot see any way in which a Trump presidency, renewed by a second mandate next year, is going to, you know, do Britain any favours, unless it's on terms which are so favourable to the United States and so unfavourable to the UK. I mean, and that's going to, again, it's going to strike me as a very difficult relationship for any British Prime Minister. It's not about whether the majority is big or small. It's just any British Prime Minister has a difficulty because it's such an asymmetric relationship. But it's become more asymmetric as a result. So I don't see America. The other thing I think is going to become more difficult, by the way, and I'd raise this point finally, and then we'll open up for debate. Actually, I think I don't know how the relationship with China is going to evolve. But I can see a British government, particularly this government, thinking, well, we need this relationship with the United States more than ever, particularly in a post-EU situation. We're going to need the trade relationship, I think, with the US more than ever. We're going to need that intelligence, the Five Eyes relationship. We're going to need that intelligence relationship with the United States more than ever. I think in that sense, Corbyn was right. We're going to become far more focused. The special relationship is going to come back into much greater focus. It seems to me much greater kind of flavour for this government, given it's moving out of the EU. It's got to go somewhere else. It can't float around in space. If that is the case, then I cannot see this particular president really standing for the British government. And we'll have to wait and see what happens. We've seen it already. But on things like Huawei, on 5G, you know, if Trump turns around and says, well, that's okay, guys, you go ahead and get your 5G and your Huawei, but by the way, we're not going to share our intelligence with you. You're not going to sit inside the big five, the Five Eyes, as you know, Canada, US, UK, Australia, New Zealand. Well, no, I don't see any British government being prepared to make that. So I actually could see the relationship with China, whatever the economic opportunities there are, and I know they are vast, getting easier. So I'm afraid I mean, Swati at least found some optimism. I wish I could. You know, I've been proven wrong before. In fact, I've been proven wrong throughout most of my life, to be perfectly honest with you. So I hope I'm wrong again, but I do look forward to a rather even more turbulent few years than we've seen so far.
Just to agree, I mean, picking up on your very diplomatically point about Simon, he was pushing a very optimistic agenda, but it struck me that what he was missing was the balance between the rationality and ideology of a Conservative Party on what looks like a massive majority. Now, I can't understand Brexit in terms of the Tory party and anything else but ideology. So the idea somehow heading into a very compressed and, as Mick was saying, potentially antagonistic negotiation with the EU, they're suddenly going to jettison their ideology for a kind of rational position, a rational instrumental position in interacting with the EU, I think is a novel thesis.
Trolley, do you want to come back on that?
No, I sort of
I've never heard Simon be so optimistic for us.
I sort of agree. I think, but if Boris Johnson were to take that statesman-like role and write trade agreements, write investment agreements, which a lot of people in the world would be ready to adopt for the reason that they do trust British rule of law, I think that really could have an impact and the UK could punch above its weight. Now, whether we have that kind of path in front of us, that I completely agree with Toby. I don't know. It's sort of...
I don't know, what do you think?
I agree. I think I've already said enough. So.
Okay, fine. Why don't we try and open it up? I know it's, whatever it is, feels like 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun is just about to come up over the Yardarm, but let's take any questions. Who's got the energy to go with a question? Tony? Travers, that is, yeah.
Thanks, and great, very interesting. I don't know much about foreign affairs, so it's really interesting. And trade. Does the need to strike trade deals, both with the EU and all the other blocs and countries with which that will happen over a number of years, make it difficult for the UK government to have any firm line with any of the countries concerned in the meantime on issues where normally you would expect the UK as a medium-scale power to be able to apply some degree of sort of authority, or moral authority even, in international relations?
That's good. Sorry, do you want to go at that?
I'll handle part of it, which is really speaking about this issue of, okay, we want to do all sorts of these deals. We've heard from several panel members that, of course, we know these deals take long. One example, the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, which is the agreement we're sort of aspiring to have. It took 4 years after every negotiation had already been done for that to even be implemented. Those are the typical timescales that are there, which happen for really deep trade agreements. So that being said, the question is, how do we do all of these deals together? The problem is you really can't do all these simultaneously. You have to kind of do them a little bit sequentially because you're tying your regulations to one party, which means you're necessarily, if other countries have different kinds of regulations, you're necessarily moving apart from those. So in that sense, these are really sort of, you can't do all at the same time and expect all of them to reduce trade barriers. Some of them are going to take you away from one country and they take you closer to another country. And that's the decision you're typically making. Who do I want to be more aligned towards? And that's really the sort of question I think that ultimately is the crux of the issue.
I'd add to that, and it picks up on your point, Tony, I think what you're also driving at. I mean, basically, we're going to have an economistic determined foreign policy. I mean, that's your point. And if it's entirely now driven, but we need a trade deal, 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 guess what our foreign policy is? It's the economy stupid. Now, if it's the economy stupid, and we've got a totally economistic foreign policy, then what are you going to say on human rights issues? What are you going to say on a whole range of political issues which raise more than just trade? What are you going to say to authoritarian regimes around the world, of which there are several, as we well know, naming no names, but you know who we're talking about? What are you going to say to them? And indeed, will your voice be will it carry the same weight as it would have done when you were a member of what I call the best club in the world, in a way, you know, the EU? It's simply going to carry less weight. And because you're going to be so economistically driven, because you want a trade deal, you want a trade deal, you want a trade deal, subordinate everything to a trade deal. I think there is some really big questions then about Britain, what we call soft power, what it would be, you know, whether it can raise those kinds of, you know, larger moral or human rights issues. This may be good time for authoritarian regimes.
But we already have a classic example of this, which is the coalition and then the Tory government's Gulf policy, which was simply sell them as many arms as possible, don't ask how they're going to be used, and don't think about a moral justification. The coalition, the Liberals in the coalition, kept that from becoming policy as soon as it went in Theresa May's government. It came central, and it made it almost impossible for Britain to criticise the horrors of the Khashoggi affair, but much more centrally, the invasion and the use of air power in Yemen. So that could well be internationally illegal, could well be breaking international law, was clearly immoral, but could not be challenged because of the Gulf policy driving economic agenda.
I also think, just to add to that other point, it's going to be much more difficult for any British Prime Minister going forward now, given what I've said and what I think is true, to actually have any critical distance from that of the United States. I think it's going to make, Britain quite often has actually criticised US policies on a whole range of issues, as we know. Not always, but quite often they, keep close to the big guy in the playground, because the big guy will always protect you. But Britain has also been very critical of the United States on certain issues. Mrs. May actually did raise a series of critical questions about Trump on a whole and on nuclear issue. I just wonder how easy it's going to be now, given that if it's true, as I think it is, that the UK is going to have to become more close to the US, given that it's left the EU. I can't see any other logical outcome. Then is it going to be able even to raise any really critical questions about dimensions of US foreign policy? I just don't know. But I doubt it.
But the example of punching above your weight because of the rule of law being a brand or a selling point, as you were saying about trade negotiations and then the 4 years, the space within government to develop that type of strategy, that type of vision, I don't think this government, even with this majority and a possible 2 terms, has the bandwidth to do that.
Actually, on that note, that's one thing I would add. I trust in the slowness of the system that no great damage would hopefully happen. I think that's about the only thing that's saving us from the brink of of very quick economic damage.
Yeah. But you've written yourself, sorry, I know you had a wonderful piece in the London Review of Books some weeks or months back, going through the downsides of the economics of where Brexit might lead. Do you still adhere to that general argument?
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen real wages stagnate in this country. Since 2012, they had been growing at about 1% per annum every year, and we're down to 0.1%, an order of magnitude lower. Real growth rate is already negative in some sectors which have really felt the pain of their import costs becoming much more expensive. And I think those are some of the trends which are going to continue and probably deepen at a much more structural, fundamental, long-term economic issue level.
Which again diminishes the role and ability of Britain to play a role, because the surplus it has is going to be less. I don't know. Okay, we'll take a question here and a few questions over here. There's a question over here and a question here. There's a gentleman over here and a lady here. Or take the lady first. Please. Thank you.
Hi, so except before Grace.
Hi.
Thank you. My question is about the Department for, it's called International Trade, the Department for International Trade.
Oh, yes.
And my question was, how do you assess their level of experience in thrashing out new trade deals? And do you have any trust in them actually getting Britain good deals, so to speak?
More a question for you. But I'll take 2 questions at once. So it's about the competence of the Department of International Trade. And do they have the people to actually negotiate the trade deals, etc., etc., etc.?
Okay, my question is a bit different. So basically, I think a lot of us expected sort of a small Conservative win. It's a large Conservative win, which I think gives Boris Johnson a lot of more free hands to do whatever he wants. Now, one trend I noticed in global politics, I mean, I'm not an expert in the field by any means, is that a lot of foreign leaders try to influence. For example, Boris Johnson or other prime ministers. There's a lot of foreign influencing and trying to sort of make Britain behave the way they want, like the way Trump behaves on his first visit and his second visit. And I guess my question to you is, given that the Tories have won with a large margin rather than a small margin, does this make Boris Johnson more or less susceptible to this kind of outside influencing by foreign leaders?
Oh, right, okay. No, I love a conspiracy. That's great. Mark Hoffman from the IR department. Mark.
I want to explore the machinery of foreign policy in the UK as a result of this. One of the things that the Conservatives have hinted at is the collapse of DFID and breaking it up with a bit going into the Foreign Office, a bit going to trade. So one of the big moves that the Blair government made when it came into office was separating international development off, creating a separate department. It was playing a leading role in terms of post-conflict peace building, along with the Scandinavians and the Canadian stuff. So what are the implications of that in terms of how Britain manages its foreign policy, particularly with regard to development issues, conflict, peace building issues, as a result of the disappearance of DFID?
Okay, on the who wants to do Department of International Trade? That's more you or yourselves, either of you two.
No. It's fairly
we'll
clear
leave
which one of us.
leave the economics to you, okay.
So the Department of International Trade, I think, so in general, when Britain started out, before any Brexit referendum had happened, it had basically about 1/10 of the customs officers or other related sort of civil servants compared to, say, somebody like Germany. So in that sense, it started off at a really low base. A lot of the trade expertise in the UK is actually in Brussels. I mean, they are the expert negotiators and they are from the UK, but they are not coming back necessarily. So in that sense, the UK started off from that real deficit of trade expertise here. In terms of sort of how they've built up, yes, they've built up really fast, recruited really quickly. Now, has there been enough training of these people? It's unclear still. They haven't really negotiated any serious trade deal till now. If you look at the website and you look at the ones that they're planning to join, it's very much taking the text of what is already existing. It's not actually trying to get something special for UK industry or UK services. So in that sense, that's the easy part. They can, of course, do that. Most governments would be able to accomplish something like that. So in that sense, at the moment, nothing demonstrably has been done which can say that they can really punch above their weight or that they can get deals which are better than what the EU already gives you. So in that sense, none of that has yet been shown. In fact, some of the statements that have come out of the Department of International Trade and senior people in there, I think, are not very encouraging in terms of explaining what the expertise at the moment is. I hope that as they've recruited more and more people, some of those gaps have got filled.
What about more generally on the machinery and foreign policy? Toby, you got any thoughts on that? Or
Yeah, I think...
EOD, what's going to happen? I mean, we're going to spend less on the military, more on the military.
What we were talking about before, what was being hinted, we were sitting there feeling very depressed after the exit polls came in, and it brought back the feeling I last had in 1979 when Margaret Thatcher was elected, and that sense of history moving forward in a very decisive way. And I think I think it's the Henry Jackson Society pamphlet that was published about merging DFID and the FCO is a preemptive push from the right wing of the Tory party to make the agenda for transforming government. And if what's been said earlier, that we're in it for 2 terms, that does give you the space, even in a slow system, I was going to say, to wrought real damage, but to transform the state in ways that you may want to. So I think that's worrying, but it's a hell of a heavy lift. And it is kicking against, I think, another wing of the party still in Parliament that is quite proud of the aid commitment. So I think that's the issue. The other issue I was thinking about was a question made here about, does a larger majority make a government less vulnerable to foreign influence, I think is what you're saying. Well, I was then making some notes and I was ruminating on the difference between international and domestic autonomy. So Johnson, if he can keep his cabinet and his advisors and himself in coherent disciplinary order, then has a large majority. But that's a big if given his previous, and that makes him domestically more autonomous. But of course, as his envoys are running around the world trying to strike trade deals, as Mick is saying, he's pivoting back towards the United States, the United States putting pressure on him. That majority doesn't help in the same way. His international autonomy isn't bolstered by it. So I think that's where to look. It's actually to look not from the majority, but the vulnerability that these trade negotiations and a declining British economy and a declining sense of Britain in the world, I think, would then exacerbate that.
The other thing I'd quickly add to that is, I mean, knowing a few people as I do in the Foreign Office, they're very sad people. I mean, they really are. I'm sorry, but they kind of feel, well, I didn't go into the job to do this, you know, and it's probably fairly true that most people in the FCO, at least most of the officials, you know, joined the Foreign Office because they thought, you know, Britain had a role to play, and they kind of had secretaries of state who really believed in a proper foreign policy. And I'm like you, Toby, and I know that others. I mean, I don't know. I just meet people who just, even before they have a drink, and certainly after they've had one or two, you know, so God, you can't tell how bad it is. All we can talk about every bloody day is Brexit, and you know, I just wonder the morale factor inside the FCO should not be under. It may change, of course, but the broader FCO people, I picked this up anyway. On the wonderful conspiracy question, that's great. Well, I think there's foreign influence in this country anyway. I mean, from all sorts of places, some of which I fully welcome, such as immigration. That's a wonderful form of foreign influence, as far as I can see. What about not talking about governments? Because that's easy enough to talk about, I suppose. Who knows who's dabbling in our politics? the dirty money, you know, all the kind of stuff you read in Open Democracy and things like that. But one of the forms of influence, which is pretty clear, and this government and previous governments as well, you know, they simply invite in vast amounts of foreign money. You know, London is the place to dump your money. I mean, come on, this is the home of any spare capital floating around the world, and it comes in. And you know, I've not been reading conspiracy stuff, although I like a good conspiracy. I lived in Northern Ireland for 20 years. We had plenty of those, you know, better ones than I've heard over here for years, by the way. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of what quasi-secret money that comes into this country. You know, I mean, you know, it's fueling a lot of the construction business. Where do a lot of countries, without naming any, where do a lot of these rich billionaires in the world, of which there's several thousand now, where do they dump their money? What's their favorite deposit? You know, I mean, it's this city. Now, I think this is one of the things would have worried if Corbyn had come even close, would have come even close to 10, which of course is never going to he's not even going to be polishing the doorknob now. But, you know, I mean, you could see a certain fear that money would leave the country. You know, there would be, you know, and it wouldn't. I think this is going to be a huge accelerator of much of that money coming in. Now, that may well be a good thing or a bad thing. I'll let others make that judgment. But I think one of the things I think we are going to, it may have some beneficial effects, I mean, over the long term. So I don't know. The role of governments, of course, is one that we can talk about. But, you know, let's not forget that in this election, there was a parliamentary report called Russia, and it wasn't revealed before the election. Now, I don't know what was in it. I have no idea, because I was told it couldn't be released until after the election. Who knows what was in that, you know? And, you know, all sorts of things are going on. Anyway, I think we'll call it to an end, just to say thank you very much to the speakers, and thank you very much to all of you for your great questions. Thanks very much.
And you're going to sum up, Tony?
Oh, Tony's going to sum up. Don't go. You mustn't go.
5 minutes more, so bear with me.
Hang on.
We're back at the very end of the evening here. So, incidentally, one way of linking the end of the evening to the excellent Foreign Affairs and Trade panel we've just had is that for those of you who are going to the United States for Christmas, the sterling to dollar rate's up from 131 to 135.
Hey.
So,
there we go.
Well, try to bring you some. Anyway.
Good news. Good news.
Every silver lining has its cloud, I sometimes think. Anyway. I said at the beginning, we've had the last three results in this room were unpredictable, but tonight was predicted. The opinion polls got it right, the exit polls, I'm sure, have got it right. It looks as if there's going to be a swing of around 6% from Labour to the Conservatives, but much more in the north. In the south, it must, to make the numbers add up, be less, so I'll be interested to see what happens in London. London is going, I suspect, to have quite a significantly different result, perhaps a long way different from the rest of the country. And I'll come back to this at the end. I think presages a sort of a genuine realignment of party politics, but within the same two traditional indestructible parties. So I'll come back to that. I'm only going to speak for 5 minutes. We're going to have a Conservative government for 5 years, and it will be a stable government. The period of unstable government, whatever you think about it, is going to come to an end, and we're now going to have a 5-year, stable, classic majority government, it would appear. By the end of that period, Labour will have been out of office for 14 years again. They were out for 13 years between 1951 and 1964, and 18 years between 1979 and 1997. That means that between 1945 and today, the Conservatives will have been in power for 49 years and Labour 25, so by the end of this Parliament. You'd think that would make Labour think, or you might hope that the Labour Party would note that, but it clearly hasn't dropped. The penny doesn't drop. Liberal Democrats, it's a disaster for them. They triggered this election, remember? Yeah. The Liberal Democrats who started the whole process. I'm not entirely clear, it's too early to tell whether Jo Swinson will keep her seat. So it's a very kind of difficult result for the Liberal Democrats. Very good for the Scottish National Party, Scottish Nationalist Party, will doubtless press now for us in its second independent referendum. Brexit Party, 0 seats according to the exit poll.
But having said that, Nigel Farage has been vanquished by the Conservatives tonight, but at some level he has been influential over time. So, you win some, you lose some. Brexit will happen on the 31st of January. I think we can be pretty certain of that. There's not going to be another referendum. Whether the transition period can only last to the 31st of December, well, Swati and others will know more about that than me. It seems a pretty tall deal, unless the UK chooses to stay very, very, very closely aligned to the EU. That might be the easiest. It's either that or no deal as a way of transition ending on the 31st of December, it seems to me. So perhaps little room for divergence. The Conservative Party will now have members of Parliament in the northeast of England, the northwest of England and the Midlands. And that will affect, because those areas still have high levels of manufacturing, agriculture and production industries, harder, I think, to deliver a deal with the EU that disrupts trade with those areas, because there'll now be MPs from them, more from those areas than the ERG, actually, which is a big shift in British politics. So I think on balance it makes it less likely that there could be no deal, and possibly that the deal that is done will have to be somewhat softer, as I'm joining Simon Hicks and Swati with a touch of optimism there. Tomorrow, I'm assuming, tomorrow morning, Boris Johnson will make a speech outside Downing Street, or somewhere, which he will say he's going to bring the country together, I would guess. That's the kind of thing you'd expect one to say. But he's now got the challenge with this government of whether he goes down what I think are his broadly natural instincts of a sort of one nation type Conservative, what he was when Mayor of London, what his new voter base will want, or on the other hand, is he going to go with those members of his cabinet, many of whom wrote a book called Britannia Unchained, who want radically to change the British economy, make it much more open to global free trade, much more sort of dynamic, which is exactly the opposite of what the people in the Midlands and the North have voted for with their votes tonight. They want to be protected from the cold winds of international and globalised free trade, I would argue. So the Conservative government's going to have to sort that out in real time. That's a big inconsistency in the next year or two. And the thing that they've got going for them, of course, is that the Labour Party will be involved in a civil war. Quite how that ends up, well, we'll discuss that on another occasion. But it boils down to, can the left keep control of the party machinery or not? And if not, who would be the more moderate leader to take the party forward, and would they then be able to win an election in 2024? So just to conclude, I think it has been something of a realignment election. The Conservatives and Labour will get around 75, 76, 77% of the vote in this election. And if this election wasn't propitious for a centre party to win big, it's hard to think of one where it's more likely ever to happen. What this tells me is that the first past the post voting system, plurality voting system, and the UK's two-party system is here to stay. If it hasn't gone this time, it's not going to go. So, and the parties are changing. Conservatives tilting towards being a more socially conservative party, perhaps with a very different policy towards taxation and international relations. And the Labour Party, well, they've got to find themselves a position which is in opposition to that, which actually looks to me a bit more like the Blair position. Hardly say these words in public anymore. A bit more like Tony Blair's Labour Party, but, that's a very difficult way of putting it. We'll see. That's it, really. I'd just like to thank this final panel and all of you who have bravely stayed right the way through the evening. And on behalf of the school and my friends and colleagues here on the panel, hope to see you at the next election, which probably now won't be for 4 or 5 years. So have a lovely rest of the evening and good night. Thank you very much.